no kill.
Yeah, it's just not good to play through mid right now. Like, it's TA, she's gonna have refraction, she's gonna have traps, so like your supports can't play in this lane unless you kill all of them, which honestly it's just not a feasible task as God.
Oh no. Oh, TA's damage. Yeah, refraction, the Mel just runs at you, and Rubik, even with the lift, it doesn't matter. Clockwork can just run into your face and help set up that kill. So yeah, playing through mid as you keep going back to clearly not the best play here.
Yeah, don't do it, guys, please. Let that be the last lesson here. Stop going mid. Like, the best thing they can do is, like, maybe smoke your Pango to bottom with Witch Doctor, go on the gyro, roar him up, get him killed, help your Beastmaster to take the tower, get the map moving forward, because Lycan will do that soon to your Bloodseeker, and if you're not returning the favor, aka doing the same play, your map is gonna crumble.
Yeah. So not necessarily falling out of control like last game, but at the same time, it's still not the best spot to be in. Bloodseeker, though, attempting to recover, farming away. We see this bottom lane. You see what's potentially coming. Clockwork, he's hiding in those trees. Not going to go in just yet, though. Meanwhile, mid lane, TA is having that free farm. But bottom lane, Clockwork, the cogs are used for the trees. Candyloon, he found him, has Primal Roar, but he can't catch up to him. And Clockwork's able to walk it off, so trying to make a play on him, but no cigar. He got Pango, farming some of the jungle in the meantime. Playing a bit of the recovery game himself, as he is actually at the bottom with his Bloodseeker teammate in terms of the course right now with net worth.
They're all just very happy again when it comes to like the supports. Varage level 5, Jokum on the line also has good levels. They have a bunch of ancient stacks as well later for their TA, so that's going to be more golden XP. And TA is already top net worth, so it's the game is going to definitely. Ooh, Tumblr's Toy into the initiation, call down.
And that's definitely a dead Beastmaster. Meanwhile, top lane, the charge is on. Mercury, he's trying to run. Again, he's super fast, but Lycan's also pretty damn fast. Nice rupture, though. It's going to force DB to stand still. Mercury puts down the blood right. The army's still chasing, but the Earth Spike. Hey, it's Jokum. Great cutoff. And he's going to take the bounty arena as well. So we saw what happened both bottom and top lane. Very positive for this AGM team.
Okay. We are looking at a smoke, but Lion might just be breaking that. Oh, Tumblr's Toy. Oh, that's a miss. That's a hit. Lift is coming. So's the roll.
Now the roll's gonna go. Oh, he manages to just avoid the initial one, but it is gonna be too much in the end. Beastmaster, more so Lycan nearby. He put it in the arm. He actually did some good damage to Rubik, but unable to take him out as well.
Well, if he can continue to farm with his farm being down, then he will still be pretty happy. As like if the map stays static like this, it is not good for vision at all. The Gyro is going to continue to free from bottom. TA was going to vacuum the entire mid lane plus Ancients. And, well, Lycan will do Lycan things. They're going to get Auras, they're going to get Deso. The game will get sped up, and I don't know how they fight into it. So I think they want to continue to look for these smokes, open up the towers, kill some heroes, and, like, make the game a bit closer. As stun, finger, not a kill yet. Block grenade.
Oh, look who's up here, though. He runs into Chatter.
Hello.
No, just as I thought I got away. The call down comes down, though, and down goes Pango. Gyrocopter says thank you very much. And now it's tower time. So, yeah, it does feel like Vision. Definitely a makeup of a team that could play fast. Yeah, Host swinging a miss there with the hook shot, but will it even matter? He's going to get ruptured in the face of Mercury. He has to run away for the tower damage.
Here comes Lloyd.
Lloyd, get us done.
Yeah,
and our first Death Lord. There we go. Get the kill, baby. And they got 4.
That's what we want. Yeah, it's time to get level 7, get that max out Maledict, and just run around. It's doctor time. Up, ancient stacks. Okay, I mean, they don't have the best stack clears yet. Probably need Maelstrom with max out Blood Rage on Bloodseeker, who has getting pushed back. Just a little bit of pressure.
It does seem, especially with the game state right now, though, Beastmaster, every time he has Primal Roar up, just to start hunting. You know, you got this Witch Doctor, you got Rubik. Definitely a makeup again of certainly a lot of potential for catching and making a kill happen. And they are somewhat hunting right here, Pango and Witch Doctor at least. Are checking out the jungle. They're going to go even use a Twin Gate, or at least Witch Doctor is for the time being. So unable to actually connect, but at least like to see the movement coming out.
Okay, so they're smoking close by. They're looking for In Your Dream. I don't know if they will be successful. Well, it looks like AG are doing a similar move with the hookshot hitting.
And they are going to connect. Witch Doctor, it's a lost cause to be
Down
here.
Gyro.
Okay, they kill Gyro. I mean, even losing Witch Doctor, that's big. They take out what potentially could be that raid boss of Gyrocopter, and yeah, the Prime Aurora used, but it gets the kill. So yeah, losing Bloodseeker, not the most fun. At least to take a Gyrocopter.
Well, I guess you get a tier 2 in return, so I think he won't be too sad. But also realistically, he's not the only carry. He's got a Lycan and a TA to back him up, so yeah, he'll take that trade.
Just trying to give them hope, Kaiser.
That's true. Try to throw them a nugget every here and there.
Yeah. This Templar Assassin.
Death Ward.
Going in pretty aggressively. The Death Ward is going to do some good damage, but the finger to take out Rubik, and now Witch Doctor is also in trouble. Pango almost got the kill on Clockwork, but Lion's going to help tank the tower to make sure to help keep his teammate alive, so Pango did not want to overcommit to that. And even Clockwork's able to walk it off. But yeah, this Templar Assassin, she is already getting so scary. She's got the Blink, the Dragonlance, and she needs one more Mithril Hammer to have the Deso on top of all that. And that's that holy trinity of items for a TA that we've all seen many times before. And this is a very fast one, by the way.
And the problem is it's not just like the TA having a good game. I'm not even gonna talk about Gyro because I think they don't even need him right now. TA with Lycan alone, you've got like all these auras, more damage being pumped out. You also have the minus armor from the Howl. It's nighttime soon, and just like this big body running in for you to just allow you to keep hitting with TA. Yeah, I think TA, Lycan, those two heroes alone are gonna go rampant in some of these next fights.
Yeah, that's right. I was double checking that when you mentioned with the Howl minus army. Yes, it's even 4 right now at level 1, but all the way up to 7. Chooses to max that out, and that is a lot of amplified damage that he's going to be helping to provide for not only him, but as you keep stressing his TA especially, let alone the Gyrocopter, who, by the way, just finished at AG. So Gyrocopter, shocker, having a good time. Ags, Chrysalis.
Shocker.
Said that once or twice before in these tournaments.
Yeah, get used to it, because it ain't stopping, I think. This hero continues to go through, and continues to just have a good time. Mercury could be in some trouble up top. Wolves are on him. Looks like hook shot. Top of his toy. Nice play.
Just a rupture and hope for the best, and the best is not much, because with TA backing up the Clockwork, proves to be a fairly easy kill on a Bloodseeker. So, yeah the Bloodseeker is really starting to fall off a bit. And this is not a core that likes to play the recovery game.
Well, you're not that wrong when you say he's not a core. He's bottom network of the cores. I'm just kidding.
I could have stopped the sentence right there.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. It was I mean, that's just a nice play. Like, you've got the Lycan Wolves, you scout, you body block a little bit, you get the hookshot going. They have a lot of heroes mid right now. But similarly to before, I don't think you have the right heroes to play really thoroughly through this lane. You do have the big black dragon, as the Overlord is completed from Candaloon, who's definitely having a good time on this beast.
I mean, he is the shining star. He absolutely is.
Yeah, he is.
For the side of Vision, and it's going to be a tier 1 mid tower. He got the call down. Oh no, Bloodseeker. As soon as he went in,
has died.
He just evaporates. I think the homing missile hit him, and just dead.
Well, they did get to steal Finger, so maybe it was the long con play. You trade your carry to steal Finger. I'm not sure if the trade is valuable, but maybe you can return the favor, where now you can kill their carry.
Does he get Finger charge it? Well, it's not going to matter because
I think you do.
Here. Yeah, I would assume
but
you do.
We will never know because it's gone.
Dang it, Radiant. Give him a chance.
God damn it.
Well, it's now Beastmaster is the one that needs to be careful. I mean,
it's Black Dragon versus Black Dragon. This is the real battle. It's
I was a little confused there for a second. That's what was going on. But yeah, Lycan has one of his own. So got some Pokemon battle happening.
It's okay. I think Fnatic will come back. No worries.
Did they really not change the logo first game? I guess they didn't.
It's just some bug. It happens sometimes.
Is it?
I think they bought Fnatic slot at some point. As Varish with a good old 420 Blazed snipe from across the street.
My kill.
Gets the kill. Yeah.
Showing the support some love right there, but Yeah, we have certainly entered that point of the game where so much for the... This isn't too out of hand yet. It's definitely getting out of hand. 11,000 net worth lead at nearly 18 minutes in. Feels pretty damn good. And as you kept going back to, it's I know so much can happen in a game of Dota, but at the same time, it's been around for so long, and as you were suggesting with this roster, or more so the hero lineup of this Radiant side, on paper, it does have that snowball and going to get out of hand, and there's just no way to stop it. It feels like, and we're starting to see that.
Yeah, they've got the Helm of Overlord, they've got the drums coming out of Lycan as well. Like, here's where the game will really start adding pace. Deso, drums, Overlord. So looking for a smoke break will be somewhat successful. Roche is on the deck too. Gyro's gonna get Satanic next, and it's gonna be time for AG to just truck down the map and the outer buildings.
Yeah, no reason not to. They might find themselves in a bit sooner of an engagement. Oh, the trap. It slows down Beastmaster.
Oh, the hook.
He's in trouble.
Nice angle.
Hook comes out, and that is going to be an easy kill on a Kataloo to the end. The Primal Roar is not going to save him.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Gets another kill, and it is 4 kills. Bloodseeker, well, he's alive, but let's be honest, because he wasn't there.
Yeah.
He's at the bottom, and now here comes the top lane push, the inevitable.
It is, well, we have level 1. I don't know if that's... Let's see if Bloodseeker can defend this 1v5 with level 1 blood, right? At least they do have a glyph, but... Oh, Hex, stun. He has not defended.
He cannot defend. The answer is there. That's a tier 3 dead. I mean, the unfortunate thing too, Beastmaster using his Primal Roar right as he died. It's like, if he hadn't used it, maybe he could have to set up something with this, but honestly, probably not, because by the time he's up anyways, AGM is already falling back as they got the racks.
And now it's just time to go mid. They're just not strong enough to fight you on Vision. You're up 18k gold, you've got Aegis, all the timings you want. Like, this is even one of your peak timings off your lineup. Not to say that they will fall off later, but like, they've got a lot of strong item timings right now. Even as a Satanic is flying out, so yeah, good luck.
You see on the right side of the screen, that's a tale of two stories right there. Gyrocopter picking up a Satanic, and Beastmaster gets his drums.
Yeah.
Nice. One's slightly better than the other.
Slightly.
But at least he has drum. I mean, that's not a bad item to have for the team. That to go with the Helm of the Overlord. Of course, again, it goes back to Beastmaster's certainly doing his part there at least, but
the rolls are being channeled, but I can assure you that Gyro is not... Ooh, Blink Hex, Stolen Hex, Roar.
They really want this Lion dead. They're using everything on him. The Death Horde immediately canceled because Voodoo Jester's just dead. Wait, I mean, Witch Doctor's just dead. Beastmaster? He TP's out, and the rest do as well, so it is just the Witch Doctor kill.
Lion didn't even die, huh? Interesting.
No.
I thought he may have gotten killed, and looks like he did not. It's just he just walks it off.
I had a moment. I don't even know if you caught that. Witch Doctor, not the other name.
Oh, yeah. I saw it too.
It slips out.
They're just a duo, you know.
What do we got? Voodoo Jester. We got Witch. We got. Why am I blanking on Lion now? Oh my god. The freaking Witch Slayer. That's what it was. Yeah.
Oh, he was actually so cool. My god.
Slayer.
Oh, Pin Slayer.
All right, anyways, back to Dota.
Oh, the people are dying. 1, 2. Let's see if we can get up to 4 this time. Nope, only 2.
Oh, Bloodseeker's out for 40 seconds. No buyback, and yeah, another set of racks is going to be destroyed. Probably not stopping. They're going to make their way mid and just try to do the whole mega creep thing.
Candaloon gets stunned up. Oh, nice side lids.
God, the lockdown with that damage. Yeah, we're really seeing that damage now that you've been suggesting is inevitably going to come. And well, Gyrocopter's going to die, but he kind of wanted to right there. He's going to be back to full life, full mana. It doesn't even matter anyways. GGs are called, and it is official. As we have Army Geniuses advancing on, staying alive here in the lower bracket with their defeat of Visions.
Making it look pretty easy. At least, it's some good momentum boost for them. Of course, from yesterday, you get to like change up some stuff, and today feels good. Even if it's not the best competition. I think, you know, getting some W's under your belt is always, I think every team will take that.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I'll say it one more time. A team where you certainly have a favorite team in it, especially in the lower bracket, though. Hey, they got to still take care of business and get the job done to remain alive. And it's kind of you're curious to see what kind of games we're going to see from them. And they certainly came here to play. And yeah, you see right here, 10 minutes into the game, just the Army rundown of Bloodseeker. Mercury just never really stood a chance this game on Bloodseeker.
No, he didn't feel like a Bloodseeker. Like, this was a late pick carry that just didn't really get to do what he wants to do. It was just hard for them. I think they aren't really sure of what their best moves are, and then it's just like they choose like the third, fourth best option, or they react. But it's just all on AG. You know, they did good stuff. They have good drafts. They played it solidly. And I think that's kind of that's all that mattered.
This is basically the final push right here. As, yeah, again, a fairly shorter game. Both games not necessarily taking the longest to take care of business there, but AGM satisfied certainly with the results. And yeah, so the stat lines reflect how dominating of a performance that certainly was on their side. Okay, Candyloon, Beastmaster on the other side for VSG, certainly doing his part and trying his best efforts, but it just wasn't to be for the side of Vision. So Army Geniuses, they are moving on to the next round. They play the winner of what will be our final series of the night, Boom Esports versus Myth Avenue Gaming. And that series is going to be coming up next. But still a little bit to talk about here on this series. Of course, the MVP being one of them.
MVP. Maybe TA. We already gave it to DB last game, right? Like, he's been getting it towards the last game. So, like, come on, DB. Step aside, bro. Make way.
I mean, 1-0-23 is pretty good. That's a lot of assisting right there. But no, Yao on Templar Assassin, I think I certainly agree with as well. Have to give it to somebody. Obviously, certainly one of those games you definitely could have made an argument for anyone on the team, but let's give it to Templar Assassin. Like I said, going back to her roots, it almost just seems right to see a TA mid. At least
it's TAs. Yeah, it doesn't even feel normal right now. Right, like TA just keeps getting shoved in the safe lane. Just seems like the better role, generally speaking. Because as a mid TA, you need like you need to meet more requirements nowadays. English is very hard. Sorry, guys. It does happen to me many times, but yeah. So you need to like not be able to get ganked. You're good against Pango, yada yada. Yeah, AG, good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah. So again, Army Geniuses. Feeling good about moving on. Like I said, they play the winner of Boom versus Myth Avenue Gaming, and that will be the next series. And it definitely should be another interesting one. Obviously, Boom, again, certainly favorites, but, you know, Myth Avenue Gaming, they actually some solid Division 2 performances themselves. And
yeah, and they have they've got some good names too. Like, they have Miracle. Yep. Don't mistake him. If you look at Dota Buff, it probably Miracle's picture shows up for some goddamn reason. But they have Miracle. I don't know exactly how to pronounce their mid player's name, but I've seen him before. Exilion, I think. So I've seen a lot of these before, and they have the Paulison Ponlo combo. People also always like mistook one for the other. Now you got both on the same team, so you're not allowed to do that anymore. So yeah, it's not a free win for Boom at all, and they've been looking shaky. So it's up to them where it better start now for them, because this org and these players, they expect more than second round of lower bracket.
Absolutely. Well, Keizu, our night is going to be coming to a close here. With that said, the final series is going to be taken over by Eris and Wagamama. But last words. Any chance for your last words before we do take off for today?
Famous last words. I just want to see a good match from Boom and kind of try to see them rise up, even if that means my boy Ponlo will maybe have to lose, unless, you know, if he deserves to win, he'll win. But yeah, I want to see Boom come back. I feel like these players, they deserve more. I want to see them shine.
We'll see. That's going to be the next series. But like we talked about, myself and Keizu, we're going to be stepping out. Eris and Wagamama will be stepping in. Definitely going to be enjoying their broadcast there. So, but ladies and gentlemen, the break coming up. We'll see you just around the corner. Our fourth and final series, another elimination match coming up next.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
All right, Calvin. So, any message for your Gilas brothers?
start. 18. How could you possibly know that? We've got one hope. All America's industrial might and scientific innovation connected here. Secret laboratory. Keep everyone there until it's done. Let's go recruit some scientists.
Welcome back to our final series of the night. We're still going to be sinking down in the lower bracket where we have a ever so exciting matchup. Boom. Going to be taking on Myth Avenue Gaming, who are yet to play so far in the TI-12 qualifiers. It's crazy to say that one of these teams is already going to be eliminated out of the hunt to make it over to Seattle Men on Boom. Of course, you got some crazy names there that have already played at TI in the past. X-Nova. You're really, of course, with BO3 as well. And then you look at Myth Avenue, there's some staple Southeast Asian names there as well. Some new names coming in. But, you know, you've got Polison, you've got Miracle, who's been around for a super long time as well. So, Owaga, we are in for a treat for our last series.
Yeah, this should be really exciting. I mean, this is what I meant when I came here to Southeast Asia and just looked at the different teams we have playing. Like, even in these early rounds in lower bracket, it's so stacked. There's so many players that, you know, have been recognized a lot internationally as well. Like Yokosh had all the eyes in the world on him basically at one point. He was looking like the strongest mid at a point.
Well, remember this day.
And, you know, seeing them go up against each other here,
Our work
it'll be
here
very exciting to see what the teams are going to bring.
will ensure a peace mankind has never seen.
The way the year has been different with Avenue starting in lower bracket than having played yet.
Until somebody builds a bigger rock.
They dropped 2-0 against Bleed, and they need to tighten up, you know, their game a little bit. They
destroy themselves, and the world is not prepared.
basically didn't really look like they had a great time against Bleed.
Yeah, we'll see if this time it's going to be any different versus Myth Avenue, who, like you said, started in the lower bracket because there's a team who has been in Division 2 for a long time too. We're going to keep in mind as well. This is a team also with a completely new roster. You know, you've the core duo they've had for the entirety of the year has been Miracle and Sylvan, but Miracle's been playing. He was a 1 at one stage, then an offlaner, then a 5. So you brought in Polison, which has, you know, a lot of previous history with Miracle on Enigma Galaxy C. You bring in Pomlo from Alliance, and then you bring in Krish as well, who is playing on IHC. But to keep in mind, Krish is a mid laner. He is not an off laner. That is really the biggest thing. Krish, you know, let's see how he's going to be able to perform on that off lane. But of course, to start us off, boom, they're going to be able to open up with the Earth Spirit. So this is kind of a bit of a block pick as well. I mean, Pomlo's Earth Spirit, I think if they had the opportunity to pick it up, they definitely would have done it without a doubt. So Baroka's got a formidable Earth Spirit as well.
Yeah, it's a powerful hero in the current patch. I think he works against most things on mid lane. It's pretty hard to shut down Earth Spirit, and he's so good at rotating through the lanes and providing those early ganks, especially if he gets some power rune. But even without power rune, that's the thing. He can just easily TP to a tower, one roll, and he will be in the fight, already stunning someone, slowing them. So the hero makes sense as a first phase pick. I also want to, you know, throw some attention to that Naga was banned in first phase here. Not a hero we usually see banned out, but you're going up against Miracle. He is one of the most proficient Naga players you can ever find. So makes a lot of sense to remove that as well. And gonna be Nature's Prophet coming out here from Myth, so get their hands on the strong support. I'm surprised, honestly, to see Nature's Prophet over Treant Protector, I feel. Even though he's very powerful himself, I just feel Treant is working a little bit better for most teams.
In what area do you feel like the Treant Protector has an advantage over the Nature's Prophet?
It's mainly the fact that he provides similarly strong lane as Nature's Prophet, maybe not quite to the same degree as Nature's can just bully a lot of range supports. He just slaps that out of lane. Treant provides more in the team fights overall, I would say. Just having that ulti is proving so useful, and the buff that he recently got was just so massive to him. Getting the Nature's Grasp counting as trees gave him a lot of mobility, gave him a lot of extra chances to get in and get those auto attacks going. And of course, the W was also buffed.
Again, for me, we brought up before, just, you know, with Krish not being that natural offlaner. I think also for Boom, WS, this is probably, without a doubt, the least experienced person on Boom. I think he does have a little bit more of a a hero puddle, so to say. I mean, you see Myth have already banned out a couple of his heroes. I think we've got to be looking at something like the Dawnbreaker potentially coming out, which we saw previously. They ran versus Bleed, so that's something else he's comfortable with. But already, like, both WS and Chris are not going to really have many options as we get to the later stages.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. I honestly haven't seen WS playing that much, so curious to see what he's going to be on. He's a pretty young player. He's like 18 or something. Yes. So we'll see what they do end up giving him, but it's going to be Myth who have to show something first, and to go with Nature's Prophet and Clockwork, just two heroes that can provide a lot in the laning stage. I like Clockwork against Earth Spirit. It's one of the heroes that actually is good at stopping Earth Spirit from rolling away. It feels like that hero can be unkillable nowadays, with a roll giving him invulnerability, but Battery Assault, you can keep stopping him before the roll finishes.
5 seconds remaining.
How set in stone as well are we about the Nature's Prophet just overall being a support? Did you see much carry Nature's Prophet in South America?
I saw offlane, which is a sort of a North American thing that I've previously seen in, NADPC. Was popular to play the offlane Nature's Prophet with Aghanims, for instance. An interesting style, but mostly it was just support all around. Nowadays, I feel like very few teams are actually tapping into that core Nature's Prophet. If it is going to be core, I do prefer it on the offlane. I actually think the Aghanim Scepter can be underrated sometimes. The random root from the ulti, fantastic if you play against something like Ember or Puck or whatever, and you just want to, hit them with a sudden lockdown. Can be really, really strong.
5 seconds remaining.
It's an interesting coddle pick from Boom. Again, we've spoken. They just previously played versus Bleed yesterday, and in both those games, we saw Bleed. It was DJ playing the position 4 coddle. So maybe they previously learned something in that series, how strong the hero can potentially be, or to unlock something on the map. Because we're going to see a Rubik picked up as well, which is, I can only imagine it's your Baboka hero. So still the coddle and Earth Spirit, of course, can be played mid lane for Yopaj. So there are some flex for Boom currently.
I like the approach to their draft here, and in Clockwork already his game looks a little bit tough now. Like I said, I enjoy Clockwork against Earth Spirit, but now you can look at it this way. Clock wants to get close to the enemy. He wants to Battery Assault and put up the power cogs and sit there and just DPS the enemy. But they now have Kick, Blinding Light, Telekinesis innately to push you out of it. So just a simple Blinding Light when he goes on someone, and Clockwork won't be able to stay on target. And now they have all these 3 different tools. Looks pretty annoying to play Clock into.
We're going to get the Panglee response though from Myth Avenue, so definitely one of, I'd say, Excelion's probably better heroes. You have another person to be able to get into the middle of the fight as well, a crap load of damage from the Pangolier. When I saw the changes from Pango in 7.34, I really thought this hero was not going to be as popular and really as strong as currently what I'm seeing. But a lot of the games, I've still been very impressed with the Pango.
It was one of those interesting, like, not necessarily a buff or a nerf directly, but more of a lateral change. I analyzed it as well when I read it. The W change was the interesting part. It went from damage reduction to now giving a barrier, and barrier is generally better if there's not a tremendous amount of damage. So the W is now stronger if you're not taking 1,000 damage on level 1, which that just means it's stronger, right? You're never taking 1,000 damage on a level 1 shield crash. So for laning, it's stronger. The big thing that he lost was the inability now to disarm, but you get a massive attack speed slow. It essentially does the same thing. It's very interesting, but I think Pango is still just rated high because of his ulti, providing that great team fight, rolling around, messing with the enemy.
Yeah, and we see you now have the potential Bedlam to be able to combine with the Pango and the Clockwork jumping as well. But they will get their response though, so the Natsumi Comfort with the Faceless Void is going to be picked up here for them. So you've got, a little bit of damage. Maybe this makes it more likely that it will be Yopaj playing the coddle just so you can have someone else. Because if it was a mid-Earth Spirit, maybe there would be some lack of damage in the Chrono.
I still feel like it's going to be mid-Earth Spirit, though. I'm not sure. But I would be down to see the core Keeper of the Light. I just feel like he can struggle against Pango as well. Being such a low armor hero, if you take some swashbuckles, you lose tons of your HP very quickly. Earth Spirit handles it a little bit better, I think. So we'll see if they want to run it differently. But looking at Myth and what they're banning out there, banning the Legion Commander.
10 seconds remaining.
Are there any other offlaners that you feel like I mean, Dawnbreaker is still available? Where would that fit in? Is that something that Boom might be considering right now?
Dawn is a good way to get some counter against the Nature's Prophet global presence. It takes a while before you get the ulti, but once you have it, you can try and counteract the Nature's Prophet ganks. I think the problem with Dawn here, though, is that there's, again, some annoying things for her to maybe go into. The Clockwork, the Willow and Pango. She kind of needs her shard really badly to be able to do anything then on Dawn. But what I would like to see from Boom is just something more to dump into the Chrono. Something we talked about before, how, you know, having a Chrono is nice and it's great to have that lockdown, but right now you don't have a fantastic amount of high damage spells to throw in there.
I'd say it probably would be a bit difficult to get that though from your offlaner, right? So maybe one of the, or already these heroes, could it be an Urspirit offlane? Urspirit, Rubik pairing together and then they're looking for another role? It's
doable to put Urspirit offlane and go for something else mid, but I think you lose some of the value in rune control that he provides, and his mobility really shines from the mid lane. So most likely they're still gonna just aim for him being mid and go for a side laner, but you're absolutely right. A lot of offlaners tend to not really provide damage to throw into Chrono. But I think Myth did the right thing, though, banning out the Legion and the Dawnbreaker here, since either of those heroes would be providing some more disable, more damage overall. The question is what Boom don't want to deal with here. They already have like pretty good lockdown to shut down one core, but which carry hero are they the most concerned about here? Or they're just... Okay. That is a hero that Faceless Void can struggle against. This feels like just protecting your Faceless Void in that ban, because the repeated Earth Binds is really problematic.
I can't even remember if both Miracle and Sillern played. I think they both do. I know
Miracle plays it.
One, obviously.
Oh, Miracle plays it at least. I know that. I'm not sure about Sillern.
I can't remember. Regardless, though, no Meepo. Response, it's going to be the Mars, okay. So, is this a bit more of a deterrent now for the Nature's Prophet to be one? Because, you know, we're banning out maybe an offlaner with the Beastmaster, so...
Yeah, I'm curious. I guess they put the read that they think it's a carry Nature's Prophet here, since they're banning that out. Even Meepo is usually played as an offlaner in the current patch, so that's also pretty much an offlane ban. And it looks like it very well could be. The fact that they have the Clock and Willow here, you know, either it's going to be offlane or it's going to be carry. I still prefer offlane Nature's Prophet, so I wouldn't mind seeing them pick a carry here that does well against the Mars in the lane, and then get something that maybe man fights better against Faceless Void than Furion would. Ooh. And looks like they are doing that. The Gyro coming out as a last pick here. It's going to be Miracle. Okay, they're running it offlane. Wow.
What is going on? Oh my god.
That's I mean, we've seen the support Gyro a lot, but we haven't seen much offlane Gyro, to be honest. That's very interesting here from them coming out.
Oh, all right. So what is... What is the build on an offlane? Like, so cool. You can max Flak Cannon,
yeah,
and you're gonna go Veil, but it's not that good of a Veil game. Like, who's really gonna get value out of that? Like, what?
Okay, I'm gonna say
build on it.
I'll break it down here for you. I'll break it down.
Right.
What I think you should do in this game, if you have the lineup that Myth have with Nature's Prophet as well in team and with the overall like everything, I think you gotta play towards just high tempo, get early drums, buy some stat items, and just run at the enemy as Gyro. You can go for Shard pretty early as well and get the value that a Post 4 Gyro would with maxing out the Q and the W, because I think he should take a fighting role and not just play as a farmer. If he does go for the I'm just a carry, I'm going to build like a carry, that would scale him towards late game, but I'm concerned that then they lose the potential to end the game early enough. And late game, we've seen it time and time again. Faceless Void in late game, he is a happy boy. He wins a lot of man fights, drop down that Chrono, and just go to town. So I would like to see him do more of a tempo build. Play towards the drums, play towards the Shard, play towards running with your team. Bracers, Wraith Bands, also good early. That type of playstyle for Gyro here.
Gotta say, like, there are some concerns with the gyro. Like, if you go for that right-click build, the more late-game orientated, potentially, the Mars Arena can be a really, really big issue for you. That's very similar to the Nature's Prophet as well, and just in general being able to get on top of him. And, like, the gyro Void matchup, in a way, like, the two very important items are, like, Scepter and Satanic, because if you get Chronoed, even if you don't pop Satanic, sometimes just that base lifesteal can be enough with the side gun to keep you alive. So again, if this is, you know, the offlane gyro, you're going to need a lot of farm at this matchup when it goes towards the later stages as well. So there's a lot of questions on how this draft is going to work out. You know, it could even, and it looks like it might be the case, and this is one up, Chris just might be playing position 1. And in fact, I do think that this is what they do. Miracle, of course, initially started his career as a position 1, then really for Nick Galaxy C, he moved over to the offlane, and he looked incredible in the offlane, but really as like a lot of blink initiating heroes. I think his Nature's Prophet was pretty solid as well, but this is like a last minute decision. So, you know, we'll see how much they've been able to scrim with Miracle being the 3.
There's, you know, some value to being able to flex like this, and this deep ward they placed with Baboka's Coddle here is giving some nice vision, by the way, on the cliff here. There's some value to having the flexibility in players like this. However, I'm on the other side of things. I've got experience playing in teams where we did this. I've got experience, you know, analyzing a ton of teams that would do this. And in general, I would say it's not good to have your players, you know, dilly-dally like that, go from one role to another, from the carry to the offlane, and like swap it around between series or between games. Because at the end of the day, you're working together with your support. You got to build that chemistry fully, and I think it's too different.
Well, I guess at least the one thing is, like we brought up before, Miracle and Paulson, these are ex-teammates. Now, they did not lane together back on Enigma Galaxy C, but regardless, these are ex-teammates that were together for a very long time. So let us see how that chemistry is going to be able to work between them, but of course, let's see how this mid matchup is going to be able to go as well. I think back in last DPC, I think it was, one of the really up-and-coming mid laners in Southeast Asia was excellent on RSG. That was a roster that was taking people by storm, and I think narrowly missed out on even qualifying to a major as well. I think he's a very gifted person. Of course, hasn't been able to showcase it this year, unfortunately, and you know, we'll see how his battle is going to go up against Yopaj as well, because like you said, there was a time in Dota, you know, back with like the first Gamers event where when Boom won that, like all eyes were on Yopaj and his mechanical skills.
Oh yeah, he was just, you know, dazzling people with his performance there, especially, you know, back then on Kunkka a lot, but even on TA, like you mentioned before. So we'll see how he's going to do here on the Earth Spirit. Should be a pretty even matchup, I would say, Earth Spirit against Pango, even though both of them have good potential to kill. So there could be outplays. We could see them going really low here. Yopaj rolls on the tower, a little bit of a mistake, and lose a lot of HP to it.
Would have to say these are both mid laners that rely pretty heavily on power runes and rotating to the side lanes, right? So we expecting to see like some pretty heavy emphasis on supports rotating to secure that, and maybe even like wards in the river to scout out these movements from the mid laners? For sure. I mean, both of these are very bottle dependent heroes, and they're both working towards their bottle. And look at that trading. They're going really low here, fighting for the range creep. So coming in and controlling at least a 4-minute water rune could be a big play. I think the 2-minute is usually difficult since the lanes are just getting started and you got stuff to do this lane. And now that we kind of have confirmation that this is the offlane Nature's Prophet as well, I know we were kind of speaking throughout the draft on the potential builds, but what are we hoping out of Miracle in this game in particular? Is it just that Scepter that you want to see him go down, or is there something else he could be looking at?
There's a lot of options for him. He could also go towards early build towards the Orchid in this game. Orchid is not bad against Faceless Void. It's great against Earth Spirit as well, getting a way to lock down these high mobility heroes. So for now, he's just queuing up the power treads, and we'll see where he wants to take it from there. But oh, X-Nova getting body blocked a little bit by the Treants.
Might be enough to get the kill. Yes, it is. Paulson finds first blood. It's going to be Myth Avenue that strike first, and now Natsumi as well. Gonna try and get a return kill. This man needs to bash his hello. Alright. He'll still be able to get the kill nonetheless and jump over to the left side. So it is a 1-for-1 exchange. But of course, again, they were able to find that first blood bounty.
Yeah, first blood, and also the lane is pushing towards Miracle, so he's happily sitting back now, just, you know, denying, and Void struggling a bit to get safe farming down here. He'll push again, just trying to kick him back on the tower here.
And we do have the 4-minute water rune, like you said, coming up, and that's probably when we're going to get some rotation. So Baboka's already going to move on over.
Oh, this
wasn't able to make.
Yeah, this is big. Caudle coming in and ruining the bottle refill here for Pango.
Sillin in some trouble? Okay, I was going to say maybe can they kick him back, and what can Baboka do, but not going to matter in the end. Does have a bounty to be able to refill the bottle for Sillin.
Yeah, I think he messed up the kick there a little bit, but I don't think it would have been kill anyway, just maybe harassment. But he gets a bottle refill, like you mentioned, on the Pango. He's going to be happy. Meanwhile, top, we haven't talked about this lane too much, but so far, the Gyrocopter 24-4 for CS, doing a fantastic job just farming away. At the same time, Clockwork, or the Mars, is getting a lot of last hits too at 22-5 here.
Yep. I think this should be a pretty free lane, though, for Mars, especially, I mean, double bracer. He's got phase boots queued up currently. I wonder if he's going to go down that soul ring. Honestly, maybe he doesn't need it because Baboka being able to keep him healthy. So regardless, with all the stats, dude, that's a solo kill. Excellent. Didn't even need the rolling thunder for it as well. So we've seen this mid lane has been really back and forth with the trades of right clicks, but finally Sillen's able to come out on top.
That Orb of Corrosion does so much damage with Swashbuckle, and it's been wearing down on him. Even though he bought a Ring of Protection on the Earth Spirit to try and offset that, he still goes down in the end there. And yeah, this is, you know, it was bound to happen sooner or later. They kept trading this much. Someone was going to die. Looks like Exilern gets the advantage a little bit here as the players call a pause. Some Kale.
I must say, it's just funny seeing Baboka say Kale in C. Yeah, there's not many Chinese players that have honestly made the trip over. X-Nova kind of being one of the few.
Mm-hmm. I mean, X-Nova got a lot of experience playing in China, but he's Malaysian as well, right? So but he played for so long in LGD, and yeah, he's got a lot of experience in the Chinese scene for sure.
Without a doubt. So is top lane. A little bit of action going on. We do see that blinding light come into play. Ponlo might have overstepped this.
So tanky
though. And we see how it will come out in the end as WS able to get that spear to push Krish away. So kill's going to be secured, and he's okay as well. Doesn't have the greatest resources left to keep him afloat inside the lane, but nonetheless, it is a kill.
Yeah, top rune spawns. They didn't get the bottom rune. Pango is going to roll for it. He wants this rune badly. Ooh, he got it. That was a nice timing on Yopash, but not able to pick the rune as he gets stunned by the rolling thunder still.
Do you consider making a play now for Yopaj? I mean, you've got your Magnetize up. You know that the Pango won't be able to mirror any rotation you make to a side lane now.
I think, yeah, Yopaj has, 10 seconds on his TP cooldown. The moment he has that ready, like top right now, if he had TP ready, he would be here. But in 5 seconds, he could go in and punish here. The Gyrocopter is overstepping deep, already pinging it. Not really close enough in time.
Do you have a current preference on the Gyrocopter build? I know of course, previously we've seen Crit Stick has been a really key item on him, not just this meta, but in the past as well. Falcon Blade people have attempted to dabble in. The Mask of Madness is something people consider as well. But do you have a current favorite?
I like what he's doing here. He's minimizing the amount of early items he's purchasing and going for the early Crystallis. I think it's pretty good. I wouldn't actually mind seeing him in a casual gloves just for extra attack speed into it though, but rushing the Crystallis as soon as possible to get value out of the flat cannon seems to be the most important thing. Other than that, it kind of becomes stock standard at some point once you get the Crystallis and Aghanims from there on. If you need BKB, you buy BKB. If you don't need that, you can just go for any of the options really can build into your lifesteal, or just add even more and go full day plus.
Should be fine with no fight. It does look like Yopaj is starting to roll away. I want to continue to talk about the gyro. When do you feel like the Falcon Blade is ever considered, or the Mask of Madness? Because I know you're saying like this example in particular, you like him rushing the Chrysalis, but when do we feel like is kind of a better game for something like the Falcon Blade or the Mom?
I think the more pressured you are in lane, the more you would go for these small items. It's usually the way it works is that you add Wraith Bands, add Falcon Blades, add, raindrops and value. The harder the game is early on, and the more focus the enemy have on shutting you down. Right now, looking at the Gyro, he's 50 CS, 9 denies at 7 minutes. That's fantastic score. So tells the story that he's having a very clean laning stage, and then you can get away with a more rushed itemization towards key items like that Chrysalis to ramp up your damage. I wouldn't mind seeing Mask of Madness, but at the same time, Mask of Madness feels a little bit weird since, faster attack speed is nice for Gyro, but it's ultimately the flak cannon hits that you want to get out, and you don't want to hit like 20 times quickly early on. You want to get some damage.
Nice D-Ward as well from Ponlo. This is definitely going to be an important part of the map here towards that top side to be able to limit some of the rotations out of the Earth Spirit. Ponlo might still be in trouble though. WS going to be able to find an angle.
Oh, the blast.
Fight going on mid lane with the Rolling Thunder. That was off the mark, but back to top as Ponlo should end up going down, and WS going to be able to get the kill as well.
I worry for Pondo this game because they added Mars as well. Early on in the draft, I said they have 3 different repositioning tools, but they even throw in the Mars with the Spear and the God's Rebuke, so the Clockwork just can't really get stuff done right now in this top lane. Maybe it's time for him to start thinking about joining up the Nature's Prophet on bottom and like group up a little bit and do something. They do have that Nature's Prophet ulti available as well, so looks like they could maybe make some play towards Faceless Void.
He's also having an incredible start, dude. Miracle 3rd in net worth. We see top lane Arena's going to be used. Nice sidestep. Christian's still going to be in some danger with Yopage's rotation. They're going to have that extra damage from the Wrath to Nature. Can Chris drive through the damage? It looks like he's going to have enough resources to do so. And with the 5 heroes from Myth Avenue, they bring everyone. But we see how important it's going to be to keep the Gyrocopter alive. And they've been able to accumulate a 3,000 net worth lead. You waste that arena, and you also waste really the first big rotation out of the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, that was a really good reaction there, and they even got the Urn charges, so they gave an Urn over to Gyro. He's going to heal up a little bit to go back to jungle, and just fantastic read there by all of Team Mag. Do we call him Team Mag? I don't know.
Team Mag, Team Myth?
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, they made some very nice rotation, and I like what I'm seeing from Miracle. You know, him being a carry player in his roots would be natural to see him go for something like Orchid and Midas, but he's going for that Aghanims. I'm telling you, it's not to be underestimated.
Playing again, numbers advantage could be favoring Dire. Holston still doesn't have level 6 at the moment. But again, I mean, Miracle is going to be able to TP, and this time they've got some extra numbers from Boom. It's a pretty good corner from Natsumi. Connects onto the Gyrocopter, they'll be rewarded, but can they get any more kills as well? As the Miracle might have over-positioned himself. Natsumi's going to try and hunt him down. He needs some bashes, man. Hello, where are the bashes? Still can time walk over the top. There we go, finally, with the last hit bash. Is able to secure with the kill in the end, and Apolison gets blown up as well as X-Nova snipes him down with a Fade Bolt. In fact, it's Natsumi that is well and truly rewarded off that rotation. A triple kill for the Faceless Void, and now he is 2nd in net worth.
Fantastic for him. That finishes up his entire Mask of Madness here. It's already coming out, and he has 1,000 gold. Like, the item is coming out, and he already has enough money to buy his Javelin, pretty much. So this is ramping up to a super early Mask of Madness plus Maelstrom timing, and they're not wasting any time.
Mid lane, combo's going to be out once again onto the Pangolier. This time they've got enough burst. Boom. Really a good couple of minutes for them. The sequence favoring them very heavily. From top to mid they go. Arena wasn't used prior in that engagement. They still had it in the arsenal and get another big kill. So what was a 3,000 net worth lead has been cut down to only 1,000.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy, perhaps, getting caught in the first chrono there. They took a big fight and didn't really respect that Faceless Void could come and join, but it was a good call by Natsumi. You know, a lot of Faceless Void players will not look towards get that chrono used as soon as possible, especially before you have Mask of Madness. But nah, he joined in without Mask of Madness completed, and that was so worth it for him and his team. Now back to farming, going bottom, but The catapult push from Nature's Prophet should be taking down this tier 1 tower.
Scanning.
It looks like they were nothing to do with it. Again, with their ultimates on cooldown from Boom, it will get to a stage where you're not as reliant on these. You're going to have the Earth Spirit and Coddle and Rubik that can maybe be like your roaming trio. But at the moment, they feel like they need a little bit more time to get their farm, especially Yopaj. And you also had that power in spawning. So you're very close to the vessel. You're going to be able to combine that with the DD. You could look to see Boom make another play across the map.
I'm also happy to see, looking at WS here on his Mars, the fact that he's going for the BKB in this game, I think it's a great call against the heroes that he's playing against. Some Mars is going for Blink Rush. I feel like they just become a glorified support. But with this build, he's going to prioritize his own scaling to actually get strong and not fall behind in this game.
All right, they're going to look to try and smoke. No vessel needed. It is the timing of the Diffuser Blade from Myth, though, and if we see a fight break out where they can have enough time to react with their numbers, it could be a very similar sequence of what we saw that first big team fight top. It will be X-Nova to start, and Ponlo's not that juicy target like they'd be hoping for.
No, he's also just sitting around trying to get experience wherever he can. Did a little pull as well, but, you know, they're making their own move right now in the smoke. They will lose Ponlo. No help for that poor Clockwork, but they're moving towards top, so they want to defend this. Looks of things, they're not really going to be in time.
They won't. They will do a ridiculous amount of damage, though, with Sillen's Diffusal. If you give him the Bedlam as well, Nova might just...
Yeah, he's just dead.
He was trying to go for a D-Ward and maybe even acting as a smoke blockade as well. They are starting to come over, though. Yopaj going to try and target down Sillen at the moment. Just get some distance out of the arena. Great timing with that swashbuckle. And now, yeah, Boom on the
hookshot.
Ponlo, off the back of the respawn, is going to be able to land the hookshot. They need to continue to play in front of Yopaj, and it looks like they'll be able to do just that. No! How to get the roll angle?
Oh my god.
Sillen's got another swash up in a couple of seconds. Yopaj, though, is still getting too much distance away, and all right, he's going to stay alive. I mean, at least you get the tower. That's something. Somehow Yopaj lives, man.
He didn't take a step down. I mean, it looked like he was going to block it. I also thought that he could go for the auto attack that he went for there. But instead of moving down and blocking the roll, he took one more auto attack thinking he was low enough. But yeah, the Earth Spirit just casually rolls on out. Even the Fury and TP there to try and block the roll was not really in time, as he's too fast at getting out of that situation. Speaking of Furin, he does have the full Aghanims combined now, so with the next ulti, he will be able to provide even higher kill potential. Maybe they can look towards get a more value kill, like getting the Earth Spirit or the Faceless Void with some of that lockdown.
Is he considering... when do you consider a BKB this game here for the Nature's Prophet?
I'm not sure that he's going to be going for it. We'll see exactly how he wants to advance after the Aghanim Scepter here. Wouldn't mind seeing him go for the Orchid. Wouldn't mind seeing him go for, you know, some form of right-click transition build now after this. BKB straight away would be, you know, not necessarily a full safety since you're still playing against Chrono. So we'll see. I'm uncertain. I don't have great experience playing this Nature's Prophet offlane. I just know Aghanims is a great first item. From there on, there are many different routes you can take, but Orchid looks natural here to me.
I wonder what the decision's going to be from BO3 as well. I mean, we know this Keeper of the Light is a position 4 that can get a ridiculous amount of farm, so Bimmer at the moment is being completed, 4 staff queued up as well, but Boom, they're going to be vulnerable to this smoke down bottom. Currently 3 heroes from Myth. Whilst they have that Nature's Prophet, it's going to be able to act as the +1 as well. They're going to look for the full wraparound. This is a pretty good angle for them as well.
Oh my god.
Double hookshot from Ponlo. Going to clip WS inside the cloak, but the Glimmer Cape is really minimizing a lot of the damage that Ponlo can dish out. Now Sillen's going to be able to get involved as well, but the Spear will stop him down, and now it's going to be able to set up for the Chrono if required. But the Terrorize will give some valuable seconds, so Myth can consider about turning. It will still roll straight to the Chronosphere, now Natsumi by himself. Has he got...
Oh, he's fine.
So it doesn't look like he does. Sillen swatch up in a couple of seconds, goes back towards a team, but WS, a slam of the shield, cuts him down. They're even going to bring Krish towards the team fight. Let's see what the Gyrocopter's going to be able to do to turn the tides, as Krish doesn't have the damage just yet, and in the end, Boom, Did they lose anyone?
They lost X-Nova at the start, but great damage control there by them. The BKB on the Mars allowed him to just walk up and be the frontliner there, keeping the enemy team away, and just really nice positioning as well. The Chrono was a little bit optimistic at first, I guess, but they still ended up getting the kill at the end. Some nice roll, the rolling boulder used onto the rolling thunder during it, but then when the rolling thunder ends, the stun duration still was there. Just some nice stuff.
Oh, this would be a huge kill.
Oh, they should get him too.
Really nice, without a doubt. This deep observer ward's going to be able to scout out Miracle. Great smoke from Boom, instantly to top. You got the treants as well, which might be nice with scouting or even pushing out the waves, considering it's maxed out, but that's going to get Yopaj closer to the Midas. In fact, it is completed now as well, so that will very much help out his scaling potential, which is always my big concern with seeing a mid-Earth Spirit.
Yeah, you pretty much have to go for a Midas to be able to stay relevant, and he does hit pretty hard as well, so the attack speed doesn't hurt for Earth Spirit to add as you go into a BKB. Next item here makes a lot of sense. Don't think you can skip that. Same with Faceless Void, working on his BKB. When you're playing against this Dark Willow, Pango, Clockwork, it's just impossible to not go BKB on a core hero. Looks like Willow is going for what's become the popular build lately as well. Every single support Willow I've seen in the last month or so is going for the Midas early Aghanims and just scaling to become that threat in mid and late game. And I think it's pretty good. I mean, she doesn't desperately need something early game.
Yeah, if we start to look at the later game, if we are going to get there 40 plus minutes, do you feel like there's a side that's a little bit more comfortable with that time of this game?
Generally, I would say, the team with Faceless Void almost always, but that, extra threat of having Nature's Prophet scaling up, the Gyrocopter as your main hard carry, and then Willow also building in to become a right clicker. I would say that Myth have good chances here going late.
Okay. Gonna have to keep eyes on how they will scale. That is, of course, the big thing. And we brought up Baboka's itemization before. Where's the Hex? Probably going to fit into play for him.
Yeah,
so we see that to be a pretty core item. Paulson may be overextended. Bottom's going to look up. I didn't expect him just to TP out straight away. So your Pudge was predicting a little run back. So Paulson makes it out.
Off the mark a little bit there. Yeah, we can keep talking a little bit about itemizations as both teams are farming up right now. The Nature's Prophet did decide to go for the Maelstrom, so got the Javelin halfway towards his hammer as well now after that Aghanims. And Caudle going for defensive items first. Makes sense to me here. Could have seen a Pavis as well come out from him as an alternative, but they are going to have double Force Staff with Rubik going for one as well as the Caudle.
Now that Miracle is going kind of down this right-click route with the Maelstrom, I feel like we need to put a lot of emphasis on WS inside the team fight. Something that we brought up earlier in this game is that Arena could be catastrophic for that Nature's Prophet and Gyrocopter being these ranged right-clickers. If you get them inside the arena, great. But even if you just block their right-clicks with the wall, that can be even better. So we're going to have to pay close attention to how the Mars is going to be able to use his ultimates in team fights.
You know what I want this game? What I want this game is a real late game where Gyro gets really big and Mars decides to go for a Blade Mill and use the redirect to kill the Gyrocopter. It's a nasty little trick against Medusas or Gyrocopters that Mars has in his arsenal, going late as well. He can redirect a lot of those attacks and not take any real damage himself.
It's a pretty good ward that Myth are going to be playing with at the moment. See where the power rune's going to spawn though. We'll be down bottom. Not the most valuable rune. Scylla nonetheless has got an invis now to work with.
Yeah, Treants just slamming on mid tower. This Rubik final usage of them.
Oh, I got an easy pick off onto Ponlo, just in no man's land. I don't know if he was trying to ward. I didn't see.
Yeah, he was.
Ponlo's going to end up going.
He was just farming the enemy jungle, actually. He was getting a little bit bored, with the map, so he farmed a camp there and was hanging out. Suddenly, a little bit too many heroes show up, and he ends up going down. But the game has taken a little bit of a turn for the slower pace here, and Battery Assault does farm pretty fast in jungle. So he finished up his Glimmer Cape on Clockwork, even though he died.
WS is a pretty nice wraparound coming through from the Mars. The backstab's going to be perfect. Look at the jump in. Arena's going to connect onto 2, but back over to the left side. Sillin, Rolling Thunder creating chaos. Miracle's going to be here to provide the damage as well. They'll get the start onto the Rubik. Can they chase any more down though, as WS still hasn't activated the BKB, and it looks like, oh, he'll do it at the last second, but it was going to die anyway. So 0 casualties and just straight back to farming. Krish is instantly TPing down to bottom. Sees a juicy wave and wants to get closer towards the Satanic.
What a great use of their abilities there on everyone, really. The Pango rolling in, doing what you want from Pango. Oh, might get caught by Void here.
What are they going to be able to do to
keep Chrono
alive for the moment? Oh, can he get away? Do they actually want to fight? Miracle right-clicking up to the higher ground. Natsumi's going to be able to repair some of the damage from the Swashbuckle. Uses the Chrono and, well, it'll help guarantee the kill. Now, you won't have this big ultimate and Myth. It looks like no one else. Finally looking at TP out of Polison back towards the mid lane. Krish has also moved over with Wrath of Nature clipping onto 3. That's going to enable them to get the kill onto Yopaj. And now Natsumi's still hunting for more as well. A BKB committed to take care of Ponlo. Looks like he's going to be able to scurry out of danger, but a bit of a messy sequence of events in the end.
Yeah, they tried to hold the Faceless Void Chrono there for a long time. Ultimately, it does turn out to be a good fight for Boom, I want to say. They, get away with the Faceless Void, didn't lose him, and the Pango did go down. But it looked like it could have been better for them if they managed to get that Pango kill without the Chrono, like he was really, really trying for, just relying on a time dilation. Ultimately, though, a little bit scrappy, like you mentioned there, and we'll see how Myth now go to take 22 minutes Tormentor, prioritizing it pretty early. Oh, this is a natural option as well, by the way. Not you go for the Maelstrom on Nature's Prophet, you go into the Gleipnir. This is actually exactly what they were doing in North America when playing the Aghanim's as well, because you get the combination of root into root, right? You just use the ulti to root people and then Gleipnir for another root. It's very annoying to play against for these high mobility heroes.
So you got multiple of them on Boom as well, so yeah, they're going to be able to play accordingly into this. 3,000 net worth lead still for the boys on Myth, but it's never really gotten too far out of control with what it currently is. Boom still sticking around.
And Boom are doing a good job staying active enough and relevant. They're farming up the triple stack here over on the Faceless Void while the rest of the team is grouping up towards bottom. They do have a good timing here with BP on Mars as well as the Mythor Hammer. I guess they're very close to the Earth Spirit as well, though. He's only 700 gold away from his own BKB.
Snova? Should be a free kill for the boys on Myth. Not if they're going to miss some of their spells like that. It's taking some time, and WS can counter-initiate now with how close he is. Great timing nonetheless out of the roll-up from Sillin. They want a Chrono for it, still on cooldown for 10 seconds. Sillin looks like he's going to be able to get out of danger. So you don't get the free kill on Myth. Rolling Thunder, of course, doesn't have the longest cooldown as well. You do force all of Boom to group up.
Yeah, that was a good reaction by him to the blink from Mars, using the shard. Such a nice shard to get on the Pango as well. As the Clockwork also has his jetpack available now after taking the Tormentor bottom there. They've got some of these mobility or survivability shards. Boom, though, even with cooldown on the Mars ulti, looking to make a move. Is he Gyro? He has Satanic, though.
Which would be perfect.
But he would be such a dangerous target to go on, though.
Oh, they're going to try it. Telekinesis to set up for the spear, but the Glimmer Cape once again is going to be able to protect Krish.
He's life stealing.
How we can drop the Chronosphere, but it's just onto 1. It's not good enough. Natsumi, he needed a better ultimate. And now Krish, he's going to be able to stand his ground. The Terrorize should protect him in a couple of seconds. This is a disastrous fight for Boom. Where did it all go wrong to start? You had the vision advantage, but they just weren't able to use it perfectly.
They don't have enough DPS to burst the Gyro with Satanic. The fact that he already had it, he prioritized getting it really early here, not delaying it to a later point, and that was such a good choice. Against the Chrono, he was able to stay just completely alive and well. And gotta be careful, Natsumi. Don't have that BKB anymore. And straight towards Roche. You know, they used up Satanic to survive that fight, and they're gonna start working on itemizing and solving as we see the replay here.
This is what we spoke about earlier, though, right? Like the Gyrocopter into the Chrono, Scepter and Satanic, even if you don't... I mean, he was able to activate it, And that's a big reason why he stayed alive through the entirety of that fight.
Yeah, he got it off, and even if he didn't get it off there, the damage isn't really high enough since they didn't want to clump up. If everybody went on a gyrocopter, they would have sufficient damage to kill him. Problem is, you're gonna get hit by Terrorize, you're gonna get hit by the Pango coming in. Like, you can't just all group up on a Satanic Gyro under his tower with everyone around. So that fight was just not gonna work, and now off the back of that, they get the Roche, get the Aegis, and Daedalus complete now on the Gyro, so his damage is way higher now.
Jesus. And look how aggressive they're looking to play now off the back of this. Hookshot just off the mark from Ponlo. They would love to invade into this triangle. Radiant 2 once again have a
going on
good ward set up. They're going to start onto Krish early on, send him further away from where the reinforcements are currently set up. But Krish, this man's not going to die. You can try all you want. You are untouched. He's going to go untouched now with the Mars. Well,
Big Leipnir coming in as well. Yeah.
Oh my.
That, I mean, if you couldn't kill him before when you had Chrono, you definitely can't kill him now when you don't have it. He just stood there and they felt like, oh, we see him, let's go on him. But you really have to get a more finessed angle into these team fights. You can't just go straight on Jara first. It does not work. They need some form of initiation all around the side of Dark Willow, kill the Pango first, maybe. You know, if you can get on top of Nature's Prophet, he's still pretty, or anything like that. But they're gonna go for the steal now as well. They're just running away with this game. Myth are 10,000 gold ahead, 12,000 now after taking that Tormentor as well.
And these are definitely not bad Ag Shards as well for supports. I mean, you could argue there's better, but
oh, Willow is
going to take it nonetheless.
Yeah, Willow is pretty amazing, I would say. It feels really great. You get the extra brambles and you get a faster trigger, and she's all the way towards her Aghanim Scepter already. Is that true? Is he 100 gold away? I think he is.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, he is, yeah. That is an early timing for a support Willow to have Midas Aghanims.
You see, after that previous mid-fight from Boom, Natsumi started to queue up the Skadi, so, I mean, maybe looking to try and address the Satanic in some way with that item, but do we feel like is there a different item you can go to help with your damage output, or is this kind of just the best of both worlds with the Skadi?
I mean, he could go sort of desperate and go towards something like Crystallis and build it into a Silver Edge later. Break is an option to go towards. It actually does break the Aghanim's passive hits from the Gyrocopter, so it's not terrible. Especially if you chrono him, you can turn that off.
Actually, all right. I'm not.
This map is dangerous to go out on. Xnoa just trying to do what he can in terms of getting wards out, getting some D wards, but you know, he gets run down.
And now they might be able to get Baboka as well. Onlo with a hook shot. It's pretty close to the tier 2 tower, so Boom will be able to react.
He's got a gem on Caudle. You don't want to lose him.
I mean, you see all the emphasis they put on trying to TP him, but Christian's just going to walk up the high ground. We said the Daedalus, I think he's super close to a butterfly. You've got Titan Sliver as well.
He's huge right now.
Man.
And look at the support behind him. You got the Pango and the Willow just sitting there like, we're ready. You know, if something happens, the roll is ready, Terrorize is ready. Not easy to go into this fight. They do have the power spike of the triple BKB to try and take the fight, but you can't burst the Gyro though. 1 minute 30 on this Aegis. You gotta be...
They're gonna try.
Okay.
Oh, this mid didn't connect. Oh, if they got that, maybe there would have been an opportunity.
Oh no.
WS just gets cut down and he doesn't have a buyback.
Oh, there was a missed force staff to him even deeper on the Mars, so he ended up going into the enemy instead of out.
He's untouchable. He got butterfly now. Yeah, this is it. This is at least the full set. You go top as well.
Yeah. There's no way you back out, I think. 1 minute on the timer here. Creep wave is even coming in. Sillern has fixed that, and he's got a greater healing Lotus on Sillern as well, by the way, on Pango, so basically got that mini cheese available for himself to heal up. This is so desperate right now. They're working on farming up something on Void. He's queuing up an MKB because he knows the butterfly is already there, but he needs both the Eye of Skadi and MKB.
Ponlo.
Nice.
Almost.
He's fine. He's got the glimmer and
That
jetpack.
probably Thunder is alright. That one is a little bit more questionable. But that's my policy. What's going on?
Yopaj?
I'm just getting crit down. What am I looking at? Like 4 hits, dude. How many crits did Chris just get?
Oh my god. Oh, he has that butterfly for fast attacks as well, and he was just laying into him. We see the panic in Yopaj as he ends up right next to him.
Someone cancelled Natsumi's TP. That's why they started to mass TP bottom.
Oh, they Nature's profited it. Yeah. They Wrath of Natured him. That's the thing. You got global TP cancels if you TP in Vision. Things can definitely go wrong there. He also lost his courier on Faceless Void. Not that he had anything important on it. I think he had a TP scroll only that he wants to deliver.
Does it even matter if Natsumi lands like a 5-man chrono? I don't know if it changes these fights.
Not really. I mean, at this point, they don't have the best things. Like a 5-man chrono is neat and all, but you're not gonna kill the Jarrow, that's for sure. So does it really matter? He's the one hero that you care about at this point, and he's going for, I love this choice, a Basher next item. This is like what people would do against Enigma, just to mess with Enigma when you get Black Hold, but you can do it against Faceless Void as well. If he jumps in and chronos you, he might just get randomly bashed.
You got that. You've almost have a Hex completed on Miracle, who has just been free farming as well on the opposite side of the map.
Nice.
And you just fire up.
He's definitely growing really fast on Nature's Prophet too, yeah. And smoking up now, trying to make a move with the Diderun on the Pango as well. Both teams smoking into each other.
Radiant are scanning.
US, how can he find the angle? Scan's going to be on the mark for Myth Avenue, so actually not even going to try and dare walk up that high ground. They're back on up.
They know they can wait. The mid and top are pushing in, right? So someone has to deal with those lanes. So they wait a little bit, and now they go in, using the jetpack for vision.
Very nicely done from Ponlo. Easy setup. A quick and easy kill onto X-Nova, but now you'll see the lanes instantly. They're going to be able to push him out. Like you said, top and bottom already done. Miracle's going to be able to continue with this mid push.
This is looking so grim for Boom right now. I'm trying to look through their inventories, trying to find some form of hope here. What can we look towards? The MKB is not too far off now for the Void. He almost has the entire thing. Needs 500 more gold here, and he's working on the Ancients. So him getting MKB before this bottom push would be extremely pivotal for them. But even so, it might not be enough.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Jared doesn't have Aegis anymore though, so there is this small chance. You got the full MKB completed, all eyes on the Void, but they're not even gonna go. I think they just back out, say, yeah, we can wait for next Aegis. Why would we give you a chance for an easy fight?
Yeah, exactly right. 7% currently, 33 minutes in for Myth. Well, I just continue to farm. Like you said, this is still going to be a team that can scale very well into the late game, and you already have this net worth lead, so it's going to be vastly easier. And boom, they've just not been able to get onto the map. They're going to try once again with the smoke, and let's truly see what this MKB can do on Natsumi.
Lanes are pretty decent. This smoke might connect on something. They might still need to push the bottom creep wave, and they're not using a Caudal Blast to do it, so I think it's obvious already for the side of Myth now. I think they've realized, you can see how they're moving, just going together. Something is suspicious. And look at the drawing on the map. It's like, who's defending? No one's defending? Where's the team?
Olsen pops the smoke.
He wants to break the smoke. He's just being the frontliner. He's going for a Moonshard, by the way, over on Polson. So full DPS coming in here. He might sell an item for it as well. We'll see.
And look at the read as well from Myth. No bottom side of the map has zero value to them at all right now. Roshan, it's going to be up and it's going to be spawning towards the top side, so they're going to start to get themselves set up around here. Already a ward placed down. You see everyone else is starting to connect as well.
Yeah. Over on the side of Mars, he's building towards an Assault Cuirass here, trying to get some armor and survivability. I really would like to see him just go for the crazy Blade Mail at least, but I mean, it's not going to kill the Gyrocopter, right? He still has Titanic to heal up, but it would be a more all-in right now type itemization. Going for the AC, I'm not sure you're going to be able to hold on to the game like that. He's still pretty far away from it.
This might be their last smoke. They may have even seen your... probably not.
Dire's middle tower is under
I say maybe they saw him connect before the smoke and vanish, but we'll see what Boom can do.
Looking for a blink here on Mars. Shield rune on Gyro as well.
First point of contact is the clockwork. Very.
Yopaj just melts.
Yopaj, oh my lord. All right, yeah. It's just not happening.
You run.
At this stage of the game, they're going to try. Arena will land onto the gyrocopter, but the root forces Natsumi to pop the BKB to jump into the middle. It's a decent chunk of damage at the moment, but it's just getting repaired. The Satanic once again was activated, and yeah, they're going to tip Natsumi. They know it. All the chronos the past couple of times have had zero value, zero impact to the team fights.
Yeah, these chronos are just one-man chronos on the gyro every single time, and I don't think it matters, dude. Like, you have to go for kills that you can actually get. I know that at this stage, if you don't kill gyro, it's basically game over anyway, but I think it has to happen by killing his team first, and then taking out the gyro, because you're not bursting him. You don't have the sufficient damage in your chrono at all. Krish, you can see eyes on the prize right now. He is a happy man on this gyro. Kind of surprised he only has 4 kills, by the way. He hasn't gotten too many of these last hits. Every engagement, just getting more and more assists.
Sillon with the 9 at the moment here for Myth.
That's going to be Megas.
Not a lineup that deals well with them. In fact, they might not even have a last fight with Natsumi with how fast they push.
Yeah, they're respawning, but without ultis. Clockwork scouting them in their own fountain. They're gonna back out. They're like, okay, if you don't want to call GG, we're gonna back out, go for that roach that we were gonna do. And I mean, this is one of those awkward moments. You could almost see them call GG right now. You got mega creeps coming in. You're not even fighting at this point. Nobody's dead, but a GG call wouldn't be out of the question. 31k lead. They're gonna try though. You gotta respect the you know, tenacity here on the side of Boom. Even though it's looking very grim for them, they're gonna try everything they can. I don't think they can contest the Roche though, so this should probably be a free Aegis as well as Tease.
How do you take a fight inside your base though with the gyrocopter flak potentially just killing the throne?
Listen, you just gotta believe in miracles at this point, right? It's the only thing. Not miracles, not miracles. You get the miracles gotta happen.
Believe in the 1%. That's what we're believing in right now.
They're hoping for their opponents to make a mistake at this point, because with clean play from here, it is 100% of the time gonna be Dire collecting another win here. But yeah, this, you know, they're just playing. At this point, maybe you're, you know, playing just to prepare a little bit and talk about the next game already. We're literally at that stage of the game. As Pango, the quick run of the items here as the last push comes in. We got the Wind Waker over on the side of Pango now. Blink on Nature's Prophet as well, so you got that Blink Hex. Pondo on his Clockwork has a Crimson Guard, so capable of blocking up a lot of damage as well. And he got the Mindbreaker on the Jara. That is disgusting. That's a lot of damage.
And he completed the Abyssal. Okay, why not?
Going in. Over on Boom though, they do have the AC now on Mars. Always something. Bit of armor.
Just gotta go for deep floors, dude.
Oh, they're bringing him to the fountain.
Super deep. It's not gonna matter by the looks of it. They'll try and blinding light him inside the base as well. Another push. All right, can they finally kill him inside the fountain?
He buys a Gold Scepter.
Another round of the spear in a couple of seconds. They've got the kick from Yopaj. There's no way this is gonna work. Is this the only way they can kill the gyrocopter, keep him inside, and they will. All right, a miracle defense will work out in the end. They might still lose the Faceless Void, as it's gonna be held into place off the back of the Sprout.
They're all dead, dude.
What was his team fight?
They get him.
Incredibly crafty round of spell casting from them. Gets the jar inside the throne, inside the fountain, and they get Ponlo now as well for the full 5-man. Did they use any buyback?
They died with one. X-Nova was the only one who used a buyback in that fight. Absolutely absurd. And now they're all dead for a minute. They have Faceless Void. He has a Mask of Madness. They can push down mid. It is a lot of towers to work through. There's going to be multiple sets of Glyph as well. So I don't think they have it in them to take Throne, but at least they should be able to get racks from this and equalize a little bit. Look at that push though. We talked about it early in the draft, how they have a lot of repositioning stuff and how it can be nice, you know, to move the Clockwork. How about moving the Gyro into your own fountain?
Oh my god.
Does he have, he has Aghanims. They added one more tool for moving people. They have the Aghanims Earth Spirit. This is insane, by the way. That is crazy good for defending your throne. If he rolls in on Gyro, he can kick him all the way to the fountain on his own now. Because last time, it took a lot of finesse. It took a lot of effort with different stuff going on. You know, the first kick, and then Blinding Light, and then Telekinesis and Spear. It was everyone contributing. Now, Earth Spirit can almost do it alone.
No way this probability is 11% now. Just no.
They can do it, man. They can do it.
Miracle's going to solo kill Yopaj. BKB kicks himself out. Okay, he's going to live. They are also hunting as well from Silen, maybe trying to snipe him, but it's going to be kind of cautious how deep he goes now.
Gotta be a believer, man. Faceless Void got it. Eye of Skadi now. He's good, man. He's gonna shut down this Gyrocopter. Gyro wasted gold on his Ghost Scepter. He doesn't even have money for buyback now. It's big, man. He's dropping the Ghost Scepter now. He's gonna sell it. I'm telling you, they're shook after this. They're shook. They lost all heroes.
This delays the game till next Roche. I'd be quite surprised if they try and make another attempt inside the base now without an Aegis.
I don't think they will, yeah. Especially as they have seen the Aghanims on Earth Spirit. He, did use it top. So I think they're recognizing that you cannot take this game too lightly, even though you're a lot of gold ahead, even though you have mega creeps, even though there's literally one building remaining on Radiant. It is the one building that you need to kill. It's the one building that they cannot kill because it's being protected really hard right now by Boom.
Unfortunately, because them not having the possibility of getting out of the map, though, it does mean Miracle is going to get all these Wisdom Rooms, so getting himself closer towards level 25. I was saying when Myth were going for the Aegis, I was like, I don't know, Boom can take a fight inside the base, though, but yeah, all these repositioning spells, apparently it's going to be the case, and I mean, now with WS going this Deso, we spoke about the AC, but this is maybe kind of a bit of a reason why they didn't even tap out as well, because it's not just the Faceless Void who could deal with the Mega Creeps. Like, usually Mars probably wouldn't be able to, unless he's going specifically for this build, so...
I mean, he's he went for the Halberd as well, so he's got something to shut down the Gyrocopter a little bit, just using it. That is a long duration disarm, and as a reaction, we see Krish already going for a BKB over on the side of Gyrocopter, so he wants to try and protect himself, but... Yeah, they have the tools to deal with Megas. The question is, can they get out on the map? Can they contest Roche? Can they fight or ever push back? And so far the answer is no. They're gonna need a fight that goes their way, and the fight will probably have to be inside their own base. But they're happy to turtle it up for now.
If Natsumi can get this refresher, I will start to believe. Double Chrono can turn the fight. I truly think that, but he's still a lot of gold away, and if he buys out, he's not going to...
Oh, they're going on him.
And he might also die now too, because he is super far away from anyone else to protect him.
He should be...
It's going to have to be a BKB, but when do you use it? Because you're already taking so much damage. They're going to turn...
He never time walked.
Still in there, but...
Oh my god, Natsumi, what are you doing? Oh, you get hexed and bursted there by Nature's Prophet. Didn't time walk?
Wait. What's going on? Kicked in, Polo. Alright, they'll get Ponlo. So at least the consolation prize. The rest of Myth are starting to come on out, though. Even Gem's going to be secured as well off the back of the kill.
They do have that buyback ready, if needed here.
Are they in? Alright, they're in. WS, see how Takey's going to be. Defensive use of the arena is going to prevent the damage out of Krish. Tries to BKB and run. They'd love to get this buyback out of Natsumi. Doesn't want to use it though with no Chronosphere, but the throw
kicking him.
Gotta do something.
Oh no!
Oh, kicked him the wrong way! Oh no, Yopaj!
He messed up.
Friends, you gotta buy back. This throne, it's gonna be low pretty soon. There's the buyback. They use the glyph as well once they're turning over towards the heroes. Natsumi's gonna try and target down Miracle with a decent chunk of damage onto the Nature's Prophet.
Throne is dropping lower. Pango's working on it.
Oh, Natsumi! An aggressive jump in. Paboka helps some separation though with a 4-staff. WS is also creating some separation as well. We're trying to target down
Mars is dying.
turning his attention over towards WS, but the bulwark's just not enough. An instant buyback, but the throw, they're just going to turn the objective. Smith Avenue, they give no damns about the heroes. The throne is all they care about, with objectives on their mind. And in the end, they'll take it. They don't look too happy about it, though. 45 minutes it took them in the end, and still...
Yeah, I think
still a bit of a fight.
I think after that, you know, the first time that they died with everyone under the fountain there, the reason they don't look too happy about the win is because it wasn't fully clean, right? You want the clean victory, but still, they shouldn't feel too bad. They took the W here. They managed to catch Natsumi at top there. His first sort of big mistake, I would say, other than perhaps some of those one-man chronos on Jaro being questionable when they couldn't burst him, but getting caught out top, using BKB, using Chrono, and then still dying as well and not getting a kill, it was just too much. There we see that first Satanic usage not going down.
Yeah, and that really was the big team fight to turn the tides. They smoked as 4 around the T1 tower. I mean, with an observer ward as well. And when that fight doesn't work out, all of a sudden, Gyro, I mean, you're going to accelerate in farm compared to the Void. And we saw ever since then, there was just no turning back for Dire.
Yeah, no, not really. It was very, very tough for them to get a hold of any of these fights. And there we see again, like this one-man Chrono focus on the Gyrocopter. I understand that he's super strong and that you want to try and bring him down, but it's just too much. They didn't have the damage. Still valiant effort, though, on the side of Boom. The one hold they had there, where they pushed the Gyro all the way into Fountain, gave a lot of hope. We can see here as he's trying to get out, and as he died, you know, even bought the Ghost Scepter after the Aegis death.
Yes, like you said, valiant attempt. Unfortunately, they weren't able to repeat that. There were signs, you know, that last fight with the enchant totem from Yopaj, but unfortunate kick with the opposite direction. And in the end, I mean, boom, these guys are now one game away of being eliminated in the round 2 of the lower bracket. I mean, that is crazy. Just as the Boom organization as a whole, I know have not had a lot of success this year. You know, last year, without a doubt, they were on top of C, and even, you know, the caliber of plays again, you know, from a couple from China, huge names in X and Over and Paboka. And if they were eliminated in round 2, that would be a crazy defeat. So
yeah, even people, even team or players or teams who don't really follow the Southeast Asian scene that closely would hear like, what, Boom getting eliminated this early, or like close to being eliminated this early. That sounds crazy, you know, because these are not no-name players, and it just speaks to the stiff competition that we have here. So we'll see exactly how they can react to game 1 here, because that was definitely looking a bit shaky from the side of Boom. And on their side of Myth, though, I like the moves that they made early on. They really played close together a lot and identified when they could jump or kill people.
Who are we thinking for MVP on Myth?
I mean, tough to say, really. I guess Sillern had a very, very clean game. But I'm also kind of feeling like Miracle did deliver well on that Nature's Prophet there. So for me, the two of them are kind of standout. But Chris, I don't know, man. They all... this isn't really a one-man show. I think Sillern, yeah.
Yep, let's go with Sillern. But I also very much agree. I don't think it was a one-man show in this game in particular for Myth. I think without a doubt everyone fulfilled the role that they were required out of them in that game in particular. But of course, the man on screen, well deserved though for Xtiller nonetheless. I mean, 70 kill participation from him throughout that game, 28,000 damage too.
Also did get that solo kill on the Earth Spirit on mid lane there early on. Like, you know, any moment you get a solo kill in a pretty even matchup where you don't really expect one of them to necessarily be favored, it kind of speaks a lot about, you know, the player did perform, did do a good job, and I think his rotations were also clean. He had good usage of the Rolling Thunder, and yeah, well played by him.
Yeah, without a doubt, credible performance. And of course, from the rest of the boys on Myth Avenue Gaming as well. So they're going to strike first in our final series of the night. We still have to determine who will be one of those other teams eliminated so far. We had to say goodbye to a couple of teams on our second day of the qualifiers, and now one more is going to be cut away from the potential of taking that only slot from Southeast Asia. But who's going to be sent home? Can they do it in 2-0 fashion for Myth Avenue, or will Boom force us to a Game 3? We're going to have to find out after a quick break. In our final lower bracket series of the night, it's going to be Myth with a game advantage heading into our second game. We should have a draft up on screen very shortly, but Waga, what do we want to look out of Boom in the next game? And in fact, let's speak a little bit about the Coddle in particular, because we saw Bleed again. This is something that they've run previously in their series versus Boom and had a lot of success with the DJ Coddle. Felt like maybe Boom learned something from that series and wanted to try and take a page out of the book of Bleed. Were we impressed with what the Coddle was able to do with them? Would we like to see them go back for it? What do we think about this year as a whole?
I think the idea is nice overall, and I think they got off to a pretty good laning stage on the back of it, but I didn't see quite enough later on to really justify the hero myself. It's not one of the big meta heroes right now, so unless you have someone who really wants to play Coddle, I think you're better off looking for some heroes that are, a little bit more favored by the patch right now. That said, though, that was only one game, so it's tough to say if it's, because of the Coddle so much. There were a lot of things that went wrong that game as well. But I think ultimately the big problem for him was that they didn't have enough burst to deal with the super early Satanic on the Gyrocopter. He basically could just stand his ground, and Coddle, it doesn't really provide any solution to that necessarily.
5 seconds remaining.
We'll see if they're going to get rid of the Naga or not again. I mean, they also have 2 more bans so for Boom to be able to address it if they want to. But so far, of course, the Nature's Prophet is really just the big change up for them, with looking to take care of that one, considering how good it looked for Miracle in particular, and I'm sure there would be a lot of flex potential for Myth as well.
Yeah, it's good to get rid of in general. I mean, the Nature's Prophet is strong in many different roles. I did enjoy the way that we saw it played here, and Myth showed that they have, understanding of how to use it as a core for sure. So, Boom, don't want to repeat, and I still also appreciate that they're banning out the Shaker, something they lost to in the first series in the upper bracket there. It kind of limits what heroes you can put mid. If the opponents decide to go mid Shaker, then that destroys a lot of melee heroes like Pango, Ember. Some of these strong heroes in the current patch just do not lane well against it, and you have to rely on other less orthodox mid heroes right now, like Necro mid or TA mid, but maybe that's not what you want to do.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This Earthshaker hero is kind of crazy, so it's very deserving of this first phase ban. We're going to see Dark Willow actually banned out as well from Boom, so I mean, of course, there was a pretty good performance as well from Polison in that previous game with the Dark Willow.
I think it was on point with this Terrorize was the big thing. Like, he landed a lot of Terrorizes. Sure, he went for the Aghanims and the attack speed build. That didn't really come into fruition so much necessarily, even though it would if the game had continued. But he was just good positioning, and the lockdown of Willow can be annoying to play against.
Dire team ban.
Alright, well, there's your Dream Protector that you were kind of bringing up in the previous game, so it's going to be a bit of a response to the Doom.
Yeah, that's a nice hero to get here. I don't know if it's even necessarily good against Doom in particular, but it's just a solid opening, I think. You get the tree end, you get a base for your team fighting, you get, a lot of lockdown and stuff to play around, you get the laning stage that's kind of solid. Myth, on the other hand, going for this Doom, I'm not as big of a fan of opening with Doom, just because of how he is different now than he used to be. Now that you don't mute the opponent's inventory anymore, they can use BKBs, then you can use items during the Doom. That makes it a little bit weaker in that regard. It is good against healing strats, but now they can just not pick stuff that relies on healing as much.
I think just the one thing with the Doom is I can see it being a flex play for Myth and potentially running a Darkseer somewhere in the second phase if it looks like a good Darkseer game, just because again, when Miracle was playing previously as Mizu with Nick McGalaxy, without a doubt his best hero was the Darkseer. So
okay, yeah.
If there is a possibility for it to be played, I know some other people have been attempting to run the Doom as a 4 as well. I think we've even seen it in Southeast Asia at the moment too. So if there is an opportunity for that, that's something that we could see from later down the draft.
Yeah, that's a good point that you make. I think Darkseer and Doom definitely work pretty damn well. It's one of the offlane. You basically need an offlaner that enables Doom if you're gonna run it +4, right? But the Iron Shell kind of does that. You just run people down with Scorched Earth early on, and then he plays a pretty low low tempo post 4 gameplay with a lot of farming still. As we do rush through a lot of the bans here, though, let's talk a little bit about what's going on, as Myth are getting rid of the Primal and the Bloodseeker here, kind of setting up for potential future picks. The Bloodseeker usually a counter pick to some PAs or other high mobility heroes like Queen, perhaps. And the Primal also very, very good hero against Illusion carries, which, you know, it signals something when you see Primal banned out like this.
Yeah, I think even both protecting some form of like a Pangolier pick potentially for Silon.
Oh yeah,
the next phase. I know Pango Primal Beast used to be more Pango favored back at TI, but I think it's a bit different now with the pulverized piercing BKB. So
agree. I think you can definitely play Primal Beast and be very happy in that matchup. But you see Boom as well reacting to, you know, this shielding of Illusion heroes. By banning out an Illusion hero, they say, okay, no PL, you know, because it looks a little bit too much like you're setting that up.
All right, back into the coddle. So again, like we were bringing up in the previous draft, this of course is going to be some flexibility for Boom if they want to give it to Yopaj, but I think more than likely it will just be your Baboka hero.
Yeah, probably. It's usually a pretty good POS 4 and 5 combination to have Treant and Coddle, I feel. You get a little bit of everything, a little bit of healing, a little bit of lockdown, good mix of damage from the Keeper Light as well with the Illuminate Blasts. I don't dislike this opening by Boom, but we'll see what Myth are going to respond to it. They go with Venge, a hero that definitely is thriving a lot right now, and of course, when you see Venge, you see Gyrocopter, not uncommon at all. The Wave of Terror combination with Flak Cannon, super potent. And you also get the swap saves to keep the Gyro alive. This is a nasty opening by Myth.
10 seconds remaining.
Are there already heroes you're looking to consider now for Boom? Like some people that are able to mitigate some of the physical damage?
I mean, you could go for some Aura Carrier on the offlane that gets yourself some Crimson Guard. That could be a nice thing to have. They're going to go with the Terrorblade. So TB is used quite a lot against the Gyrocopter. You have high armor. The Illusions don't die that fast to the Flak Cannon. And you also get tremendous damage with all the meta and the Illusions forcing down. So it is one of the heroes that can bring down the Gyro. And they're going to go for the Mars. Again here, falling back on it. I mean, I don't think the Mars was the problem last game, and it is a hero that generally is pretty good against Gyro.
I knew it, dude. I knew it was coming.
Yeah, you called it.
Just you saw the Terrorblade, man. It was just going to happen.
Yeah, now they have the option to go for the Aghanims later on Darks here to counter out the TB to get, you know, massive damage, but they're also playing into the 1-2 of the Doom and Darkseer, which we already touched on. And Darkseer doesn't lane that badly against TB either. The Iron Shell can be a bit annoying, not when you're in meta form, but you can't always be in meta.
So I guess, I mean, the big question at the moment is like where the Venge is going to go. Some people of China, I think in particular, were really playing it as a 5. There were some teams that were trying to run it as a 2. I don't know if you were getting any 2 Venges in South America, but there is definitely still that potential for Myth if they want to give it to Exilon, or of course if it is just going to be your Ponlu hero.
We got some, I mean, we've seen POS 3 Vengeful just absolutely dominating, right? That was one big thing. But I'm not sure how they want to run it here. I think it's just going to be a POS 5, but maybe they're waiting to see what the mid matchup is going to be, and if it's something they're comfortable with, they could put it as a core. I'm going to give my take here, though. I think you run it as POS 5 here for one big reason. Then you still have the ability to save Gyrocopter. If you put it as a POS 2, then the swap is usually going to be used aggressively to pull an enemy out of position and kill them. That means you're not focusing on saving your Gyro, and I think you're missing out some value in the combination of Venge and Gyro. So probably just going to be laning together, and then we're looking towards the mid hero for both these teams here. As we see both teams banning away some stuff. We see Ember being removed by Boom, Puck being removed by Myth. So, well, what's going to be the next ban by Boom here? What don't they want to go against?
I thought they were going to get rid of Pango. So I was looking for Myth once again. I feel like Mars, you're never really concerned about you. I mean, deals with you can go Agshard very early on, like we saw last game, so you're not too concerned about the overgrowth as well. I think, I mean, a melee hero with the Darkseer can always be nice and just a way to initiate even further.
Pango makes a lot of sense for Team Myth right now to pick up. I think that would fit really well for them. Over on the side of Boom, I'm not sure though. Yeah, they go for the Pango and Myth. Now they get the reaction pick, so a little bit of an advantage to be able to wait and see what your opponent are going to have. This lineup looks so good from Myth though, I really like it. It's playing the patch, it's playing combinations, and it also has some counter to what the opponents are doing. You know, just the right amount of counter pick here with the Darkseer into TB, because you still want to focus on your own draft and get something that works well together. I think they've done a great job in the draft.
Quickly, what do we feel like they're lacking in regards to like attributes on their team?
Boom. I mean, they need something to burst people with the Mars Arena, I feel. Like, go Lina, maybe? They go Earth Spirit. Okay, so we see that again. This is so similar to last game.
I don't know, dude. I didn't say it last game, but I'm not the biggest fan of mid Earth Spirit. I think this is quite a strong support, but I feel like last game was a prime example of what can happen to this hero, where you can maybe have some really good early rotations, you get a couple kills, but all of a sudden your net worth starts to fall really far behind, and then we can see, you can compare the Pango scaling compared to the Earth Spirit, and it would take the Pango.
I'm gonna agree with you for one big reason here as well, that we already saw this matchup being played in game 1, and Yopash got solo killed by Silern, and now you willingly go into the same matchup again, same heroes again. I feel like that's a mistake, to be honest, and I don't really feel like it ticks enough boxes for what they needed here from their last pick. It is an active hero, it is a fighting hero that can be acting as a playmaker, but yeah, I'm just not really convinced that this rounds out the draft. I would say draft advantage towards Myth for sure in game 2 here.
Okay, well, of course, a lot of it's going to come down to execution. That is always the most important thing. So we'll see if Boom are going to be able to fix some of their mistakes, which we saw in the previous game. And really that first one in particular was just some of their early game team fighting, which kind of crumbled. And from there, Myth, they never looked back. So, there are some different components in this game. You'd probably argue that, like, your late game, like you said, Terrorblade versus Gyro, you should feel pretty comfortable for the Terrorblade, but maybe this is where the Darkseer is able to come into play, which can really turn that matchup around because of the illusion being very strong for the Darkseer. And we'll have to see really what the Doom's going to be able to do as well as a support. You do very well if you're able to get farmed towards the later stages, but how much really can Polisan get on the Doom? So regardless, I think we're in store for a very exciting game 2. We're just going to have to see how both sides execute.
I completely agree. I think you bring up a lot of points. We head into the game here and see how the teams are going to move out. We see the smoke outs, of course, from both teams coming out to put down some deep vision. Yopash looking to get an across the river ward on the mid. Should be doing so as well. And Silern doing the same thing down towards the bottom part of the river here. So none of the mids seeing each other. Bottom, though, Polisan was spotted going in for this ward. I wonder if they're going to de-ward the high ground immediately. They're pinging it out. Yeah, they're going to see it. They're going to walk around. Don't even put the sentry on the high ground. Instead, using the sentry to block the big camp and then just walking close to the cliff with heroes to scout it. Nice little trick that not everyone knows.
I think Natsumi is like trying to do it now as well. He's like, hey, what? You could do that? I don't know, presuming, but it seemed funny that he started walking really close to the cliff. But
yeah, it's a very nice thing. Can save you some time and save you some ward positionings for sure. Especially this early on, you don't have your flying couriers yet to use that.
Yeah, I don't know how much this always comes into play with support heroes, but it definitely feels nicer to be able to de-ward with heroes that can get vision on the high ground, just because you can cover a larger area,
right?
With placing the sentries down. So, like, I don't know if that's really a key consideration when you're looking at like strong support heroes at the moment, but it definitely feels way better to be able to de-ward with them.
I think if you put the ward completely in the dead center on a cliff like that, by the way, the walk-up check trick doesn't work. I think so, but you have to put it in the exact dead center of the cliff. So if you put it a little bit towards the edge, then you can get vision on it. But yeah, definitely having something like Crystal Maiden or whatever, it's always nice. Bottom, we see a bit of a trap, by the way.
Yeah. This is going to be a huge punishment.
Miracle's the target.
Miracle. And yeah, without a doubt, they're going to be able to kill him. They see the shell leveled up already. They're going to be rewarded with first blood as well. So Natsumi, I mean, they're even going to just run down policy. He ran back into them.
Yeah, he went the wrong way.
This is, yeah, well, this is crazy. Just didn't want to go down to the south. Might still live.
Roche,
There.
help!
I think he's going to be able to get to Roche before next time we can get him.
Oh, he bashes 3 too. He's like, come here. You might know. I'll mess with Roche. It'll mess you up. But yeah, back towards mid lane, you know, nice little start there with the trap. But towards the mid lane, we'll see if Yopash can get revenge here in this replay from game 1 of the Heroes.
Wasn't even I mean, again, I didn't see that first blood, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't like a power rune as well that Silan had that was enabled by. It was even pre-level 6, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was pre-level 6. He got him with level 3 on the Q and 2 points in W, but they were trading non-stop and just going low HP. And we're probably gonna see similar stuff on mid lane this game, so we'll have to keep our eyes on it.
It's always nice, honestly, to be able to get a rematch with these two heroes, just heroes in general in the mid lane. You know, obviously Yopaj feels like he messed up that previous game and felt like he should have been able to come out on top. And we'll see how different it's going to be in this time in particular.
Yeah, it speaks to confidence at least that he's not deterred from last game. You know, doesn't feel like he should have died there. He feels like he should be doing all right or should be outplaying him. So he gets another chance at it here. Bottom lane, the Darkseer getting zoned by this big tree. Meanwhile, top, the Gyrocopter has a lot of creeps to farm under his tower as well. So they did some pull. The kick back into tower, 1 tower hit.
I think it does seem like we're, at least Boom, are going to be able to punish this really weak laning stage that we see often from the Darkseer. So, I mean, Polison's, of course, up to his pulling shenanigans, being a melee 4 as well. It's not like he's really going to be able to make stacks, which we've seen often has been a big thing for the Darkseer, especially with that really close Ancient camp towards the right side. So that's just going to be up to Miracle. In fact, he's even going to go back and start making stacks toward the triangle as well in the hard camp. So just already showcasing that, yeah, this is not going to be a fun lane for him.
I think the first blood really just threw off the balance on the lane because dying immediately, not being there for the first creep wave, dying. Darkseer just doesn't have the experience. His level 2 Iron Chill is way delayed, and Terrorblade just has a completely free lane down here. And this is not what you want to have happen when you're playing that pause for Doom. You know, it's not the strongest laning support, doesn't provide that much early, and if your offlaner struggles on his own because he got first blooded, then you can't salvage that as Doom.
So we're already looking kind of towards Excellent to be like a huge rotator here for Myth Avenue. I mean, we brought up the potential of these two heroes in the previous game, but is he looking at bottom up lane this game to help stabilize early time?
It could be that. It could also be the other way around, that you just say, you know what, bottom lane, not looking too good. I'm just not going to go there and instead play towards that Gyrocopter, make rotations to accelerate his game even more. So we'll see exactly what's going to be the priority, as we see big priority on the bounty or water runes here.
Nice sidestep. So might even be able to get the kill now as well. Swashbuckle over the top. With the help of X-Nova, they might actually be able to turn it back around. Yopaj's right clicks are starting to rain onto Silern.
Oh.
Roll again's off the marker. Now with the bottle sips, repairing some of the damage. Ability's up in a couple seconds for the Pain Kick. But a beautiful kick from Yopaj. Snipes him from the right side. He's even actually going to try and roll in aggressively. His Polison now is in a lot of danger. Boom might be able to find the secondary kill, but Yopaj not going to be able to continue the chase with the abilities on cooldown.
They also see a 3x stack over here, and they're pinging it like, can we farm this? And X-Nova, you know, he doesn't want to let this go over to Darkseer. Yopash can use the kick. Top, meanwhile, the Mars getting Dolphin killed.
Still back over here. I mean, there's a lot of action continuing to break out. Silern, is he going to go for X? Oh, very indecisive out of the Pain Glee. It doesn't even go for anyone, so some of the stack will be taken. Looks like both sides kind of getting some golden experience off the back of that.
Yeah, he just wanted to try and protect, make sure that his team can farm up the big camp, but not gonna get something more there. So this time Yopash is getting the upper hand here towards mid, not necessarily with a 1v1 outplay solo kill, but off the back of the Chakra Magic that gave him the cooldown before on the kick. Was a nice kill for him to get still.
But this is putting a lot of attention away from top. So Krish is without a doubt free farming Looks like WS is still, I mean, like we saw, he did just have that previous death. There's Miracle almost going to go down bottom as well, but he's okay. But yeah, they're really sacking this Mars lane up top at the moment.
Yeah, he's getting no real priority as the Caudal is moving around, but that does free up the Caudal to try and make stacks at least. So while he's not helping the Mars directly, he is preparing now the Triangle as well. Got a triple stack on the big camp now, double stack on Ancients. So there's some farm to fall back on for him, but that means Gyrocopter is having a good start again.
And we see importantly this mid lane as well is going very differently than the last time. With the kill that we just had prior, with Yopaj getting involved, he had the level 6 before the pain goes, so he was able to pick up the Arcane Rune uncontested. Sillin wanted nothing to do with that. Now he's going to be a little bit more enabled to potentially make a play on a side lane with this Power Rune.
Yeah, would be nice to get a fight with the Arcane Rune and Magnetize, getting that off. He's going to make his way towards bottom. This poor Darkseer, man, not having a great time in this lane. As Xnova is just non-stop chasing him here. He has so low experience on Darkseer, only level 4, just barely. Meanwhile, the Mars, you know, he was left alone a lot, but he's level 5, almost 5.5 at this point.
I think this is always the thing about the Gyrocopter, though. We kind of touched on it last game, but with Flat Cannon, you will always shove the lane out. Like, the enemy offlaner is going to have the wave quite often next to their tower, so you will at least be able to get some gold and experience.
Yeah, it's like to the advantage of the Gyro, but also to the advantage of the enemy. But he's gonna go for a little call down here, trying to do some damage to WS, but he has Caudal behind him.
We again touched on it last game too, but look at the different itemization as well from Chris. Falcon Blade into the Mask of Madness, no straight rush with the Chrysalis into the Scepter this game.
Yeah, it's curious that he goes for a completely different approach here, and you know, this is maybe because the Falcon Blade isn't, or the Chrysalis isn't very strong against the TB with this massive armor, so prioritizing getting it as soon as possible is not the most important thing. But I don't know, maybe it just feels like, you know, I didn't have enough mana last game and I want to have more mana, so I'm gonna go back for it, because ultimately you do need to buy a lot of clarities if you skip the Falcon Blade.
Can we see either side contest these stacks? Like, Dire have started to build up a decent chunk of stacks inside their own triangle, and like we saw Baboka as well, we're making a lot of stacks inside Boom. Do we feel like there's one team in particular that is going to have an easier time of potentially invading and taking these?
I think there's way easier time for Myth to contest stacks since they have the Pango. He's really good at stealing both big camps and Ancients as well. Whereas Earth Spirit, he doesn't really farm Ancient stacks at all. So a little bit of a difference there. Top TB rotation, this is big.
They'll be able to get the kill into Ponlo, and looks like they're going to try and transition into the tower as well. Now, they might also continue running deep inside the jungle, anticipating potentially of Krish's farming pattern. They will be right as well, at least with how they're currently set up. Krish, no one else really nearby. He's close to the tier 2 tower. Maybe he's going to be survivable with the strength treads. So he's getting any TPs out, though. Sillin's going to start to move over, but yeah, with no one else offering any assistance, that's going to be a big secondary kill that Boom are going to be able to find along with that.
Polison too. They're going bottom, chasing after. They have a slow on him. Not going to be able to get the kill there. So he has the speed aura, so runs away pretty quickly on Doom. But still beautiful rotation. You always want to see this when you see Terrorblade carry, to go through the portal, take the enemy safe lane tower. Mars wants to ulti this.
Should be able to be rewarded as well off the back of the ultimate, although Miracle's okay for the moment. A little bit hesitant in his Boom going on full without the damage out of Yopaj. We're able to convert onto the kill, so I mean, it is wall used along with the arena.
They didn't have the Metamorphosis anymore as well as the big thing. If he still had meta going there, the TB could get that kill maybe. Doom now, just farming away in jungle, trying to build up. He's gonna stack the Ancients again. There's a lot of Ancient stacks that they need to go over and clear with the Gyrocopter as soon as possible.
Would you want to put priority on the Gyro or the Darkseer getting that?
I mean, you can take it with Darkseer, but it's so slow anyway. I think he should just go back bottom and try and get the lane creeps. He is going to try and clear it though. But there's a lot of creeps bottom. They're not being farmed by anyone right now. They're losing value on the side of Myth.
Hit the as well. Recognizing that no one's farming bottom, so See where they're going to be back. Meanwhile, inside Boom's own triangle, Baboka and Yopaj just shoot the hard stack. Vessel completed. I'd even go for Silen as well. This is going to be a lot of damage that he wasn't expecting. Gets some mitigation out of the shield crash, but WS...
Nice spear.
Even rotates over as well. Wouldn't expect the Mars to make a movement like that, especially how close he was to teleport. But without a doubt, there was a big movement from him. If they don't get that speed, potentially the Pango is able to get out.
Yeah, it was pretty aggressive by Pango to try and go in alone to contest stuff there. And Jesus, this stack is getting big and juicy here. That is already a, what is it, 5 stack? 4 stack? Yeah, 5 stack, I think.
Yeah.
It's getting pretty loaded here. A lot to farm up. They don't have the best ancient clearing, but of course, Terrorblade can kill it. It's just, he doesn't do it super fast necessarily.
And also, it's at the stage where, top lane, another death, going to be onto Ponlo. So, more Vessel charges, getting Yopaj closer towards that Midas as well. He's been having an incredible game, kind of making amends from what we saw prior. And look how quick he's looking to play across the map as well. Natsumi has the meta, so he's ready to go.
Oh, he missed Miracle.
Combined with Miracle. It might not matter in the end, though. These right clicks are really raining down the pain as Yopaj getting super active early on, and they're not even done just yet. In with Exno, I thought we're starting to move over towards a triangle, but they do have a power rune to look to take instead.
They're going towards mid now. Baboka is baiting a bit. I don't know if he's going to survive, though.
He baited a little bit too far there, Baboka. Give a big kill over to Exilern. They do have the Doom at the ready, but it looks like it might be lacking some of the extra follow-up. Paj will be able to get the power in. Is he in danger, though? Krish going to move on over. A nice kick into the roll away. Paj is going to be okay.
Yeah, going to roll on. And using the invulnerability to roll through the homing missile. Something you can do now as well, as the invul is there. But yeah, the game is playing pretty aggressively here from the side of Boom. I like the way they're getting value out of the metamorphosis as often as they can. And of course, now we do see the gyrocopter starting to clear out the ancient area as well and taking up some farm. But they just look to be a little bit more passive, you know, on the back of this post-4 Doom, working on a Midas still, just wanting to scale. Doesn't feel like they have as much control in the game.
How do we feel about the Midas? Is actually still in mid lane again, dude. Any hero showing Yopaj is instantly running towards their location. Maybe this is a fight they can take deep inside their own territory. It's going to be up to Polison's Doom to turn it around. But if he uses it, there's going to be no stuns to stop the retreat. So once again, Boom, they will get away with murder. And they're already looking at Miracle down bottom as well.
Yeah, they're rolling. Look at Earth Spirit, man. The speed at which he's coming in.
Dude, Yopaj can't be stopped. They got one more stone.
Kick him back.
Like it's gonna matter. Yopaj's Earth Spirit is balling out of control right now in this second game.
He heard you're not a believer in Earth Spirit mid, man. He's like, okay, I'll show. You know, it can work. Trust me. He has a lot to redeem, you know, from last game with the solo death there that we talked about. You know, harping on it a bit, but he's doing great so far. Absolutely everything that you can ask for and more coming out right now. Top. Swap on X-Nova.
Oh no! That shows the status of this game. You're gonna doom the Dream Protect. I mean, he hasn't used it. Put it on cooldown. Get the kill.
That was like
at least get the wisdom.
That was like a 30 damage Doom as well. I think it didn't tick more than once or twice there, so not the biggest value coming out. WS looking to set up top together with Yopaj again. He's here.
They're gonna be rewarded with another kill. Haste, disengage. I think this is something that you brought up with the Earth Spirit mid lane, is just his rune control is exceptional. I feel like he's got at least every power rune, let's just say but one. I swear he's been roaming around with all of them.
Yeah, I think he had every single one, and that's not against a bad one. And mid, look, he finds Vengeful Spirit. She's like, I can farm here. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. The roll is coming off cooldown again. Vessel is ready. Oh, he misses the roll and the kick, though. I think you just disengaged, but maybe he wants to roll back in. He only has one rock, 2 rocks remaining. Good sidesteps by Ponlo, and what comes out by Yopaj?
Something we haven't really touched on is like, how did Dire even take objectives until Krish has the damage? You're playing into a Treant Protector lineup, and once you're able to get the levels, it makes it, I mean, he's already has his living armor maxed out.
Yeah.
So Boom are going to have so much more map to play with this game.
Yeah, Xnova is truly, you know, acting as a guardian here of all these trees. He's doing a great job protecting up the trees and towers. You know, he wants to keep his forest safe. I think it's going to be hard. Mid, Ponlo just wants to leech experience, but he's going to get kicked back in.
Back into his own death. Another one picked up. Yopaj is dominating. Already one component on his way to
Arena top. They're going on Doom.
Well. WS.
I say they. It's literally a solo attempt.
Paulson. Oh, Sillen's going to try and turn it with the Rolling Thunder. He will not have the damage for this. Everywhere, man. Bottom lane as well. Miracle's getting chased.
Oh, the roll. Gonna connect.
To cancel it. Oh, this is just getting too much.
This is Yopaj all over the place. He's been part of 10 out of these 12 kills, and he's playing like a god right now. Yeah, he's gonna get regen and doesn't even need to go to base. He is flying ahead in item progression as well. I mean, he's almost keeping up with the enemy gyrocopter right now in net worth.
Far out, man. Yopaj, what is his early game from him?
I like it. The confidence to pick it into the same matchup again. You know, obviously it was not unfounded.
Dude! He knows no fear, man. 2200 health they have to go through. And without the Crystallis on Krish, this early game damage from the Jar is not really going to be there.
BKB on Mars too.
Yeah, look, maybe on the Treant Protector it's a different story. Let's see if they can target down WS as well. But the Doom's going to be there ready. Paulison, of course, apply, but the BKB into the TP up. Cool new change. You are out of there.
BKB TP out if you get doomed. I actually don't think I've seen someone do that before. I mean, obviously, it's something that you can do, but, you know, I think this is just the first one that I've seen in a pro game where someone actually just does that. That's so stupid.
Well, Ponlo's next. And even Natsu is hitting him from the low ground. Boboka just wanted to give a little treat over to the Terrorblade. Just reward him, get him closer towards that Skadi.
And with the deep vision they have top, he's just pinging top now. Yopaj, you saw Pango. Pango is not full HP. 1k HP is within striking distance here for the Earth Spirit with level 2 ulti.
No way. This is crazy, man. It's like he's playing with a freaking boot to travel. He's everywhere. It's just the Yopaj show at this point.
Yeah, and that's going to be a defensive role. I mean, yeah, you survived on Pango, but it doesn't feel great. You're back in base now, your TP is on cooldown, your ulti is on cooldown, and Earth Spirit will happily trade his ulti for yours. He doesn't need it as badly as you need yours to have big teamfight impact.
The chakra refreshes the stones, yeah? At least lowers it?
Yeah, you get stones back faster.
Alright, that's
yeah,
probably a big thing too.
Yeah, they've been spamming it on him quite a bit. They also have TB in the team, so they can spam it for the meta refresh, which is a super nice combination. I mean, Caudal TB is very classic.
Oh, this is a great read. This is a great read. Yopaj and Xnova over to
swap is there.
Ponlo is going to be there to offer some assistance, and Miracle and the boys are starting to move down as well. Yopaj's going to continue to go with the damage rune. They'll kick him over towards the river. Arena's going to separate some of the team, and now WS will find a double kill off the back of that, and Yopaj is not even going to die. That is crazy. This man is getting away with murder every single time, just doing illegal stuff across the map. And Myth, they just have to stand idly by and watch.
I mean, it's beautiful coming out from Yopaj. The confidence to roll in there again to do the kickback, but the rest of his team are on point as well. The Mars coming in there, he's close enough to tree and ulti as well. They get the arena and the overgrowth. Man, they're just playing like a different team right now. Boom are playing good right now.
Oh, this is some Seed Dota at its finest. There's kick over Miracle. He's not even going to... Oh, Greaves will make him work for it. Sillen's going to make the attempt to jump in as well, but again, no one is there to follow up with his Rolling Thunder.
You know, this is absolutely absurd. The way Yopaj is dismantling this game right now, it's pretty crazy to watch. I think out of all the Qualifier games I've seen, including in South America, so far, this is the biggest one-man show that I'm seeing. Like, he is initiating everything everywhere. It's wild.
But while we have some time without fights at the moment, I think we've spoken a lot about Yopaj. I think the supports on Boom need some praise. The awards that we've seen from them so far, mainly Axnova, I think is pretty much the predominant one that's been warding across the map.
Oh, yeah.
To enable the Yopaj to find these pickoffs, it's been incredible.
Oh yeah, Xnova, he's top level warder. Like, he is extremely good at being sneaky with his wards as well, and he's gonna come in here, probably gonna find out the enemy deep ward plant as well if we see them back up. Actually, there's gonna be a runaway from Myth though. Xnova, he's on the way, man. Look at him. He's like, yep, there's a ward here. Gets the D ward, clears out that area as well.
It's WS doesn't even need a blink this game. He's going AC because he feels like Yopaj can just do it all, and they feel uncontested right now. I mean, the power that must be surging through their veins. They're going to go Roche 21 minutes in. They don't even have meta.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very easy Roche for them, and doesn't look like any contest is coming, even though they're scanning it. They are not going to be in time. They have access to take the portal top, but the portal is being controlled as well by the Earth Spirits. It isn't the fastest Roche. Without meta, it's pretty damn slow, but this gives them a little bit of time only to, you know, get some farm, stabilize the map a little bit on the side of Myth. They're working towards an Aghanim Scepter on the Pango with his Blink Diffu. Doom is working on a BKB after his Blink Dagger now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But I'm looking towards Miracle, and it looks sad, man. He's down at 7.4k net worth. He's behind the Doom now.
Okay, I thought he accidentally walled. Never mind. Just saw them coming through the portal. Premature wall before they actually came out. So,
yeah, a little bit annoying for them as they step through here. But not getting anything big for the wall, and now you don't have the wall available, so TB with the Aegis could think about going for some tier 2 pushes right now with one teamfight spell out of the way. Not really worth wasting that big cooldown.
Yopaj has an Arcane Rune as well. Again, another rune for him. So yeah, without a doubt, you're looking to try and take an objective. You feel incredibly strong right now on Boom.
Yeah, I mean, I have Skadi, Yasha, Crystalis, and Dragonlance on the TB. He's just looking fantastic. And yeah, we're seeing them come in towards the top tier 2. The creep wave is not being cut by anyone, so this is gonna be impossible to defend. I want to say 300 HP. A tower is way too low for you to be able to mount any form of defense here.
They even left their 14-minute Wisdom Rune to ferment a little bit, so they just got back-to-back Wisdom Rune, 840 experience. Xnova just got Solar Crest as well to further amplify the Terror Blade on this siege. Silone? So they roll in from Yopaj. Great silence though, and look at the damage! That's Sumi. Couple crits up the high ground they go now.
I mean, without Pango, you don't really defend. I think he has to buy back. I think you need to get here, but no response right now. A lot of damage being done. Okay, they did cut the next creep wave for a bit. They didn't kill it fully, but Doom did at least pull it back, so backdoor protection is gonna save that push.
Dire's middle tower is under
Mid lane now, though. Still have the meta going, and yeah, the Kodo is just non-stop spamming the chakra to try and refresh the next metamorphosis to come out as soon as possible, so they can get all the value during this Aegis.
tower has fallen.
Krishti is out just in time there. 3 seconds later, and he would have been dead right there.
Are scanning.
I don't want to say one more fight, but like we're gonna have to see the wombo combo now next fight. Otherwise, it's just gonna be another like 5 minutes of not being able to get on the map, and the net worth is just gonna take too heavy over here. Like you have this blink on Miracle now, the potential. Vac back into the War Stomp and the AoE damage from the Pango and the Gyrocopter, but it has to be perfect.
They're going for timing. They're going for timing right now on the side of Myth. They want the BKB on the Gyrocopter. Once he has that, he won't be that scared of the Earth Spirit, just kicking him around and controlling Sim with the Mars and the Caudal, these different annoying spells. He needs to have a BKB so he can stand his ground and fight. But meanwhile though, Boom, they're gonna take this tower and they're gonna go for your Tormentor. And you're still not ready to fight, so this should be a free Tormentor here as well. It's gonna go down without any form of contest, so that's gonna be the Shard over on the side of Caudal. If you thought that he is already being everywhere on Earth Spirit, now you have the Recall available as well to enable some of this global presence gameplay as well.
Risha's going to be on the front line. They can roll and kick it back, or they can start from WS. An instant swap from Ponla is going to get him out of the arena. A wall is used early on as well to act as a deterrent. Miracle's going to try and find a vacuum back, but already Boom have repositioned.
That doesn't look like the...
Oh, wait, Miracle?
Miracle?
An aggressive jump as well. He wasn't expecting Boom to be as fast as that. And now he's going to be caught outside the base before he can shell the Crete wave.
Oh no, they're bleeding so many kills. Now they're just going to go back on the high ground again. TB just getting refreshed here bit by bit, but this is looking so tough for Myth. They just can't mount a proper defense. Losing these heroes to get a wait now for the Darks here. They need his Blink vacuum combo. Gyrocopter does have 50 gold to goal. He's gonna get his BKB finally.
I know Yopaj isn't here. That has expired as well. Ponlo looking for the swap back with that ward placed. Gonna be able to find it.
Aegis, yeah, the BKB is up now on Gyrocopter. Aegis is timing out in 30 seconds. This TB is just monstrous though, he's so massive.
Krish. See him coming outside the base? Seems like they're pinging it. He's gonna show on the lane pretty shortly.
Do you have a lane or a high ground ward?
They got... Oh, they're going to see X-Nova as well. Vacuum's actually off the mark again. They're going to swap him down to the low ground and try and start on top of the tree and protect it. They'll secure the kill. And now they'll look to Natsumi as well. He's going to be able to find a Sunder target onto Krish.
Aegis times out.
Still without the meta might be a little bit awkward here. With the Aegis expiring, what's the call? They're going to buy back on X-Nova just in case a further fight does occur. Nice timing. The blink from Miracle gets out of the arena walls.
Yeah, double blink out there, just get to safety. Both the Pango and the Darks here getting themselves out, and now high ground push. Maybe without Arena, they can still fight actually on the side of Boom, because the meta is coming back courtesy of Babolka's hard work spamming. Even whipping the TB like, go, you're all our eggs in one basket here. Just spam stuff on him.
Oh, Miracle? All right. That's a pretty good combo. They're going to be able to get the Terrorblade illusions, importantly. Now with the Doom as well out on Natsumi. Can they fall up and chase down the TB? Krish is going to turn his attention over, but the damage is lacking, man. They need some fall. He's going to try and do what he can, but they're not going to get the kill.
He's going to be fine.
Perfect start from them, and it just was not enough. The damage wasn't there.
Yeah, they landed a nice clean jump there, but they're missing some things, right? They don't have the shard on Venge yet for the extra stuns, the bouncing stuns, and they don't really have enough lockdown. He just kind of walked away on Natsumi. Of course, being able to just disengage there, running away, and oh man, that felt like the one fight that they really desperately needed to go their way. They did get X-Nova though, and is dieback death, so no tree in for a little while, but that doesn't mean that you have access to the map. You still can't leave your base. They're sneaking out with Miracle on the top at least to do something, but they're just being held hostage here.
What do we think of the Satanic call for Krish? Do we feel like there's a lack of damage at the moment, or do you like the decision to go down the Satanic route?
I think he needs the Satanic still. Like the damage that they're missing is mainly because the combo didn't land fully cleanly there. You gotta rely on just getting everything in. But look at the high ground push again. They're just standing here with TB. It feels like he has meta all the time thanks to Caudle.
Oh, swap back. Oh, instant reaction out of the BKB from Natsumi. Quick on the fingers. He's going to need a Sunder target. We'll use it onto Babolka.
Oh, Babolka is dead.
Sillen's going to be able to snipe on the backline. An instant buyback out of the Caudle. That was a fight where they didn't need to use the wall, though, so it is still available for Miracle if Boom want to walk back up.
Yeah, the roll is gone now, so could maybe think to just keep going here. They have the arena.
Into the kick away, potentially. What an arena placement. The wall is there for Miracle, but the question once again is going to be if they have the damage or not, and it looks like they will not. Miracle's going to try and surge away. Sillen has the swash in a couple of seconds, but he will not even escape the grasping hands of Boom, as Yopaj isn't done just yet. They'll get the swap back inside the base, and off the back of the buyback from Sillen, gets a pretty valuable kill.
Yeah, that's the first death for Yopaj there. It goes down. The Glyph is coming in, trying to delay this Terrorblade. They also proc some attack speed slow here with Lucky Shot, but he's still going to town on this melee Rex. It is gonna fall, and they don't look like they want to stop. They're going towards bottom. 3 heroes dead.
Oh, okay, nice roll up. like he's going to be okay. Just slowly poke him down, not trying to force out these remaining buybacks.
Yeah, have to respect them a little bit here as the respawns are coming in. The Doom is off cooldown as well. Man, they lost one lane, and bottom lane is not looking too great as well with tier 3 tower being so low, but I think having all their tools ready, maybe it's time to just go immediately here for Myth and make a play, go aggressively, instead of sitting back and waiting. They are queuing up some big items here. The Gyro has queued up a Rapier and a Daedalus, and then a Rapier again in his inventory. Actually, it's yeah, he's very close to Satanic, but he hasn't really finished it yet.
Off the back of pillaging just so much of Myth's base and all their heroes, they sniped the Wisdom Room, and Baboka was also able to get 4 bounty runes as well. So
always nice. Always nice when you come back after fighting in the enemy area and you just find one piece, you know, the big gold horde going their way there.
And we see the item Europage got queued up as well. He's going down the Scepter route, which we saw last game. It didn't really come into play, but this game, with the lead you have, you roll in on a high ground push, get a Stone Remnant kickback on Gyro, he just, into like Arena, he's dead. There's just, unless Miracle finds another 5-man vac and somehow Chris is able to stay alive, that's just kind of fight over.
That's the tough part. You mentioned something really important there, I think, that Miracle needs to land this big combo, and like a lot of weight is on Miracle's shoulders here, I think. But he's the one who had a really, really bad start. He's underfarmed in this game and has to be careful not to get caught out bottom here before the push comes in as well.
How do you start? We saw previously was a swap back into an instant attempt with the War Stomp. Do they want to look to go for that once again?
X-Nova's high ground warding, and they're going to jump in. He's waiting for his team to be ready. He's going to ward, and then if they see anyone, they will jump.
WS goes through the mid lane instead. Gonna have this daytime vision. Miracle is target number 1. Smoke's gonna pop. They'll get the information they need.
Natsumi just going up here, has the Aegis and BKB safety. Creeps are coming in for backdoor protection to go away. Almost like Myth have to be the ones to initiate something here. They're just losing their base. Can't really start on TB though, so nobody else showing. Great positioning by Boom. They have a correct understanding here. They don't need to show any single hero on the high ground. Just let the TB do his thing.
The issue is you don't really have another hero to start and make space and Chaos so Miracle can get this multi-man back. Without it being a swap inside the base and like a suicide attempt to force Boom to break their positioning, then we're just going to see the same thing happen. TB will siege and Boom will just play behind him.
Yeah, they're holding good positionings. Like you said, they're not breaking out and like panicking at all, because nobody can really force that reaction. We see a smoke now though. Maybe they can make a stab. Like I said, I think defending your base is very hard to do for Myth. They're probably better off just trying to get a wraparound play. They need to deward their own base though. There's still vision on bottom after that Rax fell and give some crucial information.
Let's see what they can do. Chris just got his level 20 talent, so extra flat cannon damage, and Satanic was just completed as well. So there's a little bit more for him to work with now.
Yeah, re-smoke coming out from Myth. Oh, they want to swap someone into a corner.
Oh, they see X-Nova for a second.
They lost vision. They saw him just a little bit and then they lost vision again. So tough against the tree and who has Shard going invis when he's standing in the trees like that.
This backline ward for Dire could be nice. Gonna expire in 35 seconds. We'll see what they can do with the dough.
Team's just walking in. He's right next to Jaro like, hello.
Oh, all right, they're going to start on the first life, try and poke him down with a spot further inside the base as well. They'll get the kill. Nothing really too big committed as well. WS for the counter initiations are perfect timing. They're going to get the meta off before the Doom. And now the TB, he can decide to stand his ground or look to retreat. The call's going to be get outside the base. Silen's hunting. The TP's there. Then he's going to be able to stop it with the missile. A perfect timing. Natsumi.
Yes, under.
Oh, kill. The Doom explodes. No way. He finds a timing for the Sunder to go out, and now Myth Avenue, that was their last hope. A ditched attempt, but it wasn't enough. Chris against the world, and he will join his fellow brothers in the grave for the final time of this game. It was just 1 second is all they needed with the extra control out of the Doom. It wasn't enough though.
I like the smart itemization as well by the Terrorblade. You saw what happened when he got doomed there. He pressed BKB, he pressed his Hurricane Pike to Hurricane Pike down from the high ground and got out, using the Silver Edge as well. Just the items that he has are enough to keep him alive and didn't die, even though it was really close there. That was crazy, man.
All right, boom, they're going to send us to a game 3. A very clean performance from them. Super crisp. Early game, from the laning stage to the early game rotations to the execution of team fights was just what we would come to expect from the caliber of plays they have.
Yeah, I mean, this is some absolutely amazing stuff. A beautiful, beautiful game for Boom, and that looked completely different from game number 1. Where it didn't look like they had the solutions. They weren't playing very active across the map, but they were all over the place in that game.
Without a doubt, they weren't. A lot of this was off the back of Yopaj's Ursper. Like I said, I'm not too big of a fan of the mid Ursper, but Yopaj is making me definitely reconsider my opinion on that. Without a doubt, an MVP performance. I mean, there's just no questions asked on who it goes to on Boom. Of course, I mean everyone played an exceptional game with definitely from them, but it was just a Yopaj show.
Yeah, no, really. He was delivering really, really well there. I mean, the early game was just him all over the place. He was bottom, he was top, he was mid, and he set up his team in a great way. The vision that they had was great from his team as well. I mean, it just felt like Myth could not keep up with this relentless tempo. It was to the point that, you know how you play a game and sometimes you forget that, oh, the enemy have this carry. Yeah, Terrorblade had that experience because nobody ever made a gank towards Terrorblade because they were all just being run at by the Earth Spirit non-stop. Like Pango having to use his ulti and TP out. It stops you from making your own moves when you keep getting just rushed in this aggressive manner.
There's a lot of praises that need to be given to everyone else as well for Boom. Like we mentioned throughout that game, I think without a doubt the warding as well from Xnova along with Baboka were really pivotal to enable Yopaj in that game in particular. I think the itemization as a whole as well to help the Terrorblade just easily siege without too many cares in the world.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it also comes back to the way that they played these high ground pushes. There we see the runaway from the Terrorblade. That was crazy that he got the Sunder out as well. You can see how low HP he was here towards the end, Pango, even with the roll up, but it wasn't enough.
Oh my god, so close, man, so close. You mentioned the Hurricane Pike and the Sun Yasha, status resistance, just a lot of things. Natsumi, just the first blood they're able to get, incredible stuff from Boom. Game 1 was very clean from Myth, but Boom showcasing that they are definitely not out of it. I mean, Natsumi had a 13-0-7, man. It's also hard to look past his performance as well, and WS had some incredible arenas too, and they sacked his lane. Keep in mind, they sacked his lane, and he was still able to have so much impact that game. So this has got to give Boom a ridiculous amount of confidence heading into the final game now. Yeah,
this was a great game all around for every single player here. I mean, they were just completely handling Myth. They looked like a team of a different pedigree, but it is only 1-1. They did lose the first game in a pretty hard manner as well, so this pretty much brings it down to a best of 1 to get knocked out from the lower bracket in this qualifier. Very, very scary position to be in, of course. Both teams have to, pull out everything that they can here in the final game to see who's going to advance. And I'm nervous for them, man. I can see it in the way the players are playing as well, that this is a very, very clutch series and now down to a single game.
Yes, it is. But of course, they would not be in their position without the MVP on Yopaj with the Earthspirit performance that we saw. Back-to-back games, and like you said, back-to-back games as well, versus the Pengli in particular. This time was a very, very different ending to the story and even through the middle as well. So we're going to have to even see now as we head into game 3, where's the Earthspirit priority go? If they want to snag it, if the boys on Myth have the potential to pick it up because, again, Ponlo has a formidable Earth Spirit. I guess he's playing 5, though, not 4. So maybe that's a different story. But we got to see what happens with the Earth Spirit because with how good Yopaj looked on it.
Yeah, I mean, he did more damage than the Terrorblade, by the way. He was the highest damage dealer in that game as a hero who mainly controls the enemy as well, right? So you kick him back. How many kickbacks did he do towards the Terrorblade? And still, he's the one doing the most damage in this game. So, yeah, I think Earth Spirit should be priority in game number 3 here.
Without a doubt. So it's only fitting we get to go the distance into the final game as well with a all-important series. The lower bracket, round 2, one team's hopes of being able to continue on in their run and potentially make it to TI will be shot short here in our upcoming potential hour and a little bit longer as well. We'll see what team that's going to be, if it's going to be Boom or if it's going to be the lads on Myth Avenue game. Of course, we're going to have to send it a break, but when we come back, the ever so deciding, the ever so important game 3 will just be just around the corner.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
We are back for our final game of the night as well. It is do or die down to the wire here. One team getting eliminated from the TI-12 regional qualifiers in Southeast Asia. Will it be Boom? Will it be Myth? We're going to have to find out. We've got our draft getting underway. It's going to be Boom on the Radiant side with first pick. We got Myth Avenue on the Die side with second pick as well.
Yeah, we just saw a very, very one-sided game for Boom in round 2, but in round 1 it was Myth who came out ahead with a very, very strong lead from the early game. We'll see what they can do here in the final game. I think every little thing you do to get an advantage in laning stage matters, like the one little attempt there and success to get first blood on bottom lane was a big thing, using the tree and protector in a smart way, Boom in last game. I wonder if we're going to see similar stuff here in game number 3, because I really think that set the tone for the entire bottom lane. They just could not play. The Darkseer was out, and that changed the game entirely.
Well, we already see a bit of an adaptation from Myth. Game 1, they banned out the Doom. Of course, game 2, they let it through. They played it. Game 3, we're not going to see it instant, though, from Boom. We got the Silencer ban, so something a little bit different. There is that Dawnbreaker like we've been kind of bringing up in both Game 1 and Game 2 draft as well for WS, or potentially a flex for them.
I like that. I like the opening of Dawnbreaker because she does have the flex, and also I just think it's very successful in the patch. Every game I watch, you know, she's having big impact. The ultimate is so valuable for turning around fights, or even just setting up your own ganks. At the same time though, Myth, they're gonna go into that Razor, a hero that matches pretty well against Dawn if it's happening to be a core, but also just a hero that in general is very easy to build strong lanes with, is Razor due to his static link.
I feel like this hero is undervalued, because I'm surprised we haven't seen it as much, at least the games that I've been seeing in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I mean, Razor was super highly rated at first in South America. Same with Dawnbreaker. She was high all the way. But here in Southeast Asia, we haven't really seen the same priority thrown towards them. But maybe now, you know, with the gyrocopter games that we just saw, Razor rises a little bit in priority because, you know, it is taking a spot there. Of course, Gyro was banned out though. Boom, they say, okay, you run it twice, that's fine, but not a third time. You don't get to play this nonstop.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we kind of had enough of that stupid hero.
5
So
seconds remaining.
no more gyrocopter for us to have to watch, and for them to have to run into. And we see as well some of the other bans as well. Clockwork Tree Protector to enable this kind of Razor 5. So definitely, the Razor 1, definitely melee supports are preferred in that lane.
Yeah. And you can also run the Razor towards the off lane, so we'll see what Myth are interested in doing here. Generally, he plays as a core in a very good way, either on the carry or on the off lane. He just doesn't really suit that well from mid lane, so that's the only lane I don't expect to see him go towards. But yeah, Boom, removing some of those melee supports kind of signals perhaps that this might be a +5 Dawn, and they already got their hands on their +5 support that they wanted here.
Esports turn to
A lot of minus armor already for Myth, so something that needs to be looked at for Boom in regards to what they're wanting to pick.
Yeah, also gives them a little bit of way to save when the Dawnbreaker ulti comes out, because that ulti does stun through BKB now, which is one big reason why it's so successful as well lately. You can't just BKB and stand your ground and fight. You're still gonna get stunned when she lands and connects, and that usually leads to her starting to smash you with a Starbreaker too. So having the Vengeful, you can get yourself out of position there and save your team. But I also like what you mentioned there, just minus armor, good damage.
I think already, I know it's very early on, but potentially Boom at like the 18th could be looking at something like a Phantom Assassin for Natsumi. I believe they did play it in one of their games versus... Never mind, no, they didn't play it versus Bleed, but I know it is something Natsumi really likes, and versus the Razor, you're one of the better carries against, and the Venge you don't mind as well. We are going to see the Baboka treat, though, with the Lion, so no coddle for him, back into ever so comfortable Lion.
Yeah, Lion also a hero that's doing really well right now, and I like the call that, you know, maybe we might see a PA here. It's going to be Lion and Elder Titan, so it signals that we're going to have a core Dawnbreaker. Don't think it's going to be carry most likely though. It's usually off lane. Lion Dawnbreaker does really well on lane, but so does ET Dawnbreaker. Also a potent lane. So we'll see which they want to pair up. I am generally a fan of not having two melee heroes laning together because it can be a bit complicated sometimes. But I've seen Lion Dawnbreaker absolutely destroy things.
So if they reveal whether Raze is going now or not for Myth.
Yeah, they're gonna secure the mid again here, get themselves the Pangolier, and they're gonna pair up with the Dark Willow as well. So good amount of disable coming in here, and a bit of control both from the Pango and the Willow. Securing teamfight a bit, because that's sort of what they were lacking with the Venge and Racer opening. None of them have real emphasis on the teamfight.
Pretty good puck game for Europage if you want to. I'm looking at puck. I was going to say Storm. I think Storm may be less likely. I feel like it's a bit easier for the Dark Willow to hold the Storm down, but...
Yeah, could be a hero that he could go towards. I wouldn't mind seeing him go towards, you know, one of the heroes that I've seen him stand out on as well, as we are in an elimination best of one here. Seeing him on something like TA or Kunkel could be pretty exciting here. But the only downside with Puck, I feel, is that it's pretty hard to lane against Pango. And once the Diffu comes out, you gotta be so careful. One Swashbuckle landing on you, you just lose so much HP. They're gonna snag up the carry instead, so they grab themselves the Morphling here. Interesting choice. So they do have, of course, the Disable already set up in their team with Lion, ET, and Dawn. Morph adds a lot of burst into this as well. And you can always morph into Racer and use the static link aggressively as well. And of course there's Dark Willow. That's a crazy potential later on.
It's a pretty good morph game. Holy, okay.
I haven't seen Morph that much ever since he got his change to the Aghanim Scepter. I've spoken to like some level 30 Morph nerds like Excalibur and some other people, and it seems most Morph players are not too happy with the possibility of new Ags, which surprises me because I think it has very high skill cap. Like if you just micro it well and use it well, it sounds absurdly strong to me.
I think at least the games I saw in China in particular, because I saw the hero more over there, it was just more dependent on like the carry matchup. It's getting a lot of like Morphling responses into Gyro. It's going to come back because Morphling's pretty good versus the Razor as well. So I think it really just more depends now on like the carry to carry matchup. Whereas before, like it was busted. It didn't really matter. Like you could first like end the first phase with the Morphling and you'd be fine because of the Scepter. But I think it's just a bit more situational now, but still a pretty solid carry.
Yeah, I think in general Morphling is good as long as you don't have the craziest amount of silence and lockdown on the enemy team. Like they have a fair amount of disables on the side of Myth, but a lot of them can be dealt with by simple Manta Style as well. You can dodge the Venge Stun, you can get out of the Bramble Mace, you can dispel the Cursed Crown. So a lot of them can be dealt with very natural item progression from Morph. And now they're banning out the Night Stalker, a hero that we haven't seen in our games yet, but he is so good in the current patch on the offlane. If he just gets a decent start to the laning stage, he can take over games.
What do we, because we're still looking for the mid hero for Europage, I'd really like a playmaking position too, to be able to pair up with Baboka's line, especially when he's trying to hunt for these finger kills. So, I mean,
I think you can go Ember is a good option here for them. Like Ember into Pango is a nice matchup. Ember disjoins the Racer static link very easily, so they don't get run down. And again, a hero that can outskill a lot of these disables from the side of at least Vengeful and get on top of the backline.
I was going to suggest Primal Beast, but maybe the ban in the PL makes me feel like they weren't even looking towards that direction. So Quap's going to be picked up for them, so a bit more of a lane dominating. It is still a lot of damage to be able to play with the Lion, but it's a volatile hero. The
good part about this is that they secure amazing damage, right? You got the Queen, definitely volatile. Like we might see some aggressive plays on mid lane, and wouldn't be surprising to see one of them get a solo kill again here on Pango or Queen. But it is sort of favored for Queen, and later on they have that ET, Dawnbreaker, and Queen combination. Big AoE damages, and ET, of course, able to set up a lot of it with this extra magic resistance reduction.
How bad does a Drow look? I feel like you get run over. I don't know, man. I'm trying to work out what you pick. I don't know if the Razor goes 1 or 3, because I feel like morphing, just morphing to Razor is very, very difficult.
That's what they did as well in Boom, right? They banned out 1+3 and 1+1, so they weren't sure.
Did it.
But they're on the same page as you. Didn't really have time to elaborate too much on the Drow here. The only concern about Drow is getting jumped and then Dawnbreaker following up. But the heroes that will jump you here, it's like Queen of Pain or Morphling, right? You're not getting jumped by Elder Titan. Lion might get a blink at some point, but any hero that jumps in on Drow is gonna be squishy, is what I'm getting to and what I'm saying here. So as long as the Venge is nearby to maybe swap and save, as long as the Pango, is within the area to roll in, I think they can run a Drow lineup pretty well here on the side of Myth.
I think. Sorry, continue if you had further points.
No, I was just gonna say that I'm not sure which team that I favor here. Is the one that stands out to you that you prefer here?
I think Boom's looks a little bit easier to execute. My concern, which kind of ties into the Drow, is that I feel like I'm not too worried about like the mid to late game fights for Drow, because I think you will always have that Venge swap. But I'm very worried about the first like 20 minutes of the game, where Boom should be able to play very active with the, like, you have winning lanes. I guess, your Morphling ET is a very solid lane. Your Queen of Pain's going to have a good time versus the Pango. And like when you're trying to play like quap rotating, securing power runes like we saw last game, like if Yopaj can do the same thing like last game, Myth can't really get a formation set up to protect the Drow like they can as the game goes on. So I'm just really concerned like on how the first 20 minutes look, and I think that favors Boom.
Yeah, I think I agree with that in general here, especially if Boom managed to play towards those big ultis and set up a lot of things with the Queen of Pain, getting value from her rotations. The question is, though, how are the counter ganks gonna look? Because that's what Boom have going for them, but Myth, they also have the counter gank potential here with the Dark Willow with Terrorize or swaps to reposition. Like, I could definitely see them also make some plays and bait people. So this should be a very exciting game. Just draft-wise, this looks very, very skirmish heavy, and we're probably going to get quite a few fights. Wow, Bonlo coming out. Flaming his teammate here. Pink retires after this. Miracle is old news, huh? Or is he trying? Is it the other way around? He's like, he will retire after this, so you should let us qualify for TI. He should,
Maybe.
It's his last run, guys. Let us have this one.
Last run, come on, let us through. Just let us win this game. Come on, guys.
Psychological game. That's what No Tail said, right?
We often in C, you get the all chat to start the game, the banter, the back and forth. You get the tips as well. We haven't gotten that one just yet.
Unsurprising to see it from Bonlo coming out with some funny stuff. He always is a funny personality to follow. So best of luck to them here going into this final elimination game here. See the rune control starting out. Top dangerous area for WS. He has to be careful. It's going to be a snag here, though, so triple rune, Babolka, this sneaky little move.
Chuckle as well, they're heading back to the lane, so this time we're not going to see any first bloods occur. And we will have that clash once again, so this time, Silen, no Spirit like we saw in Game 1 and Game 2, this time is going to be going up against the Queen of Pain, and you have to say this time as well, in particular, is going to be a little bit more Yopaj favored with the Quap. We see the early Scream level to secure the range creep, but the eventual spam of the Shadow Strike will be very frustrating for the Pango.
Yeah, definitely agree. This is a lane where you put 2 points in that Shadow Strike and just harass nonstop. Of course, we see him get Scream level 1, so he can focus on right-clicking the Pango and do as much damage as possible, and then use his spell to secure some CS. But Silern getting the same hero 3 games in a row in this series is a little bit funny to me. He just, he's playing Pango today. It's one of those days.
Yeah, it was one of those days indeed. Had a very good Game 1. Again, wasn't able to replicate that in that second game, though. So over bottom lane, we'll see what the ET is going to be able to do as well. Meanwhile, Jesus, saw Yopaj fall down very low for a second, and it's actually top lane where we get our first blood, and it's on to Krish as well. Baboka in combination with WS with a level 2 timing, it looks like, from the Dawn. Actually, I don't even think they had the Celestial Hammer, so just an Earth Spike into the Starbreaker to secure first blood.
Yeah, I told you, this combination of heroes is really, really strong. The two of them just, it will catch you off guard. Venge Drow is, you know, not a bad combo either, but going up against this Dawn Lion, they have to be careful if they fight too far up on the lane.
I think for a lot of people, and honestly myself in particular, WS was a really big question mark for me for the addition of Boom. You know, had a pretty long stint on a team called Atlantis in Southeast Asia, like a tier 3 team, but I've been quite impressed with his series so far. I think, you know, honestly, both Game 1 and Game 2 Mars had a pretty good showing, and like we were bringing up to start the series, I think his Dawnbreaker has always been one of his better heroes as well. So, you know, if they can give him a pretty good start, and you know, we'll see how he's going to be able to turn that into the favor of Boom.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think he's delivering, more than delivering on his lane, and yeah, interesting to see. Always fun to follow, you know, younger players in the scene and see how they're gonna deliver, because there are so many old dogs in this qualifier who have been in the scene for years and got a lot of experience, of course. But he's one of the younger talents here, and so far doing really well.
Have you got a preferred offlane Dawnbreaker build as well? Is it just back to what, TI 11 with kind of the Echo, Deso, Agshot, and like Blink, or
exactly?
Some other things?
Yeah, it's exactly that. That is what people are going for nowadays. I think it's really, really strong, to be honest. With the Deso, you know, you just smash people to pieces. The Starbreaker was buffed with a cast point mid. Yopaj dropping a bit low here, not really gonna die, but it's so hard for him to see as the Pango is playing this lane perfectly so far. We see Pomlo.
Continue to watch mid, because Silen with the aggressive glyph might be able to get the kill onto Yopaj. Blink away. Oh, and Silen doesn't miss just the splash, dude.
Silen, man, what a player.
This is not supposed to happen, this matchup, and they know it as well. That is a big reason why these tips are going over. This Queen of Pain versus Pango matchup is quite favored. The fact that Silen gets a solo kill is huge.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an absurd lane to get a kill on, but definitely an outplay. Top again here, catch onto the Venge, going kind of low. Drow is going to be here to keep him safe, though, but so much HP lost again on the Venge, and you just came back. He literally just TP'd back from base after dying before what happened mid there. So this is painful stuff for them on top lane.
They're going to be able to get both water runes as well for Silen if he wants it, and yeah, looks like they will, so... Top lane's not going too well. We do see bottom lane's going much better for Miracle, though. You know, with the Razor, I mean, the Morphling matchup in particular is very scary as the game goes on, just with, you know, not really giving a damn about the static link. But it's not like they're really going to prevent Miracle from being able to find any farm.
Yeah, you can still play pretty greedy on the Razor and just build up his own farm, though. You don't have to feel too worried. We'll see what item build he's going to go for as well here, as he does have the Ring of Health in lane, signaling we could definitely see a Vanguard coming out from him here, but could also just be a casual ring and then go into more right-click stuff. And of course, in this lane, being against Morphling, he's not relying on the static link. It's just the Storm Surge and the Plasma Field. Nice thing about Razor against Morph in lane, by the way, if you get Storm Surge, then Morphling can't really adapt to harass you the way he wants to. Mid solo kill again?
What?
He didn't get the blink out. He had blink.
Dude.
Oh.
Oh, Silen.
I mean, that's a full level and a half advantage now, and Yopaj is just out here on mid lane. He needs backup. He needs help. This is disaster, man.
Like we were saying, this Queen of Pain hero is mighty volatile, and this hero's got a bit of a death quota as well. You die a couple too many times. There's not even many deaths. It's like it's generous. You die that many times, your impact in the game is very limited. This could be a crafty move nonetheless, though, from Boom. They should be able to wrap onto Pomlo. So he's died a couple times as well. WS is up to a killing spree. They're going to be able to shove Krish out of this lane by the looks of it.
Yeah, another takedown on him, and this is Catapult still alive as well. So with 3 heroes up here, pushing in under tower, no reaction yet coming out. Krish is trying to defend the tower alone, but doesn't really have any help. Bench is finally gonna come and join. Look towards mid, dude. They're trying to set up on Queen again here, doing a bit of damage.
I really need to see what Sillen's going to do off the back of this incredible start. Continuing to put the pressure onto Yopaj, even considering about chasing with the Rolling Thunder. It is a bit different now with this Sonic Wave back.
Yes, Swashbuckle.
With this, oh man, that's a lot of damage. Oh, he's in trouble, but Boka. This is a beautiful wraparound. A much needed kill as well. Sillen sniper before he dies. Oh my god. Oh, no way, dude. Sillen, what are you doing to them?
Oh my god, dude. That was Queen ulti used and 2 heroes rotating, and still he's the one to get a kill first onto the Queen before finally dying. So Queen again gets nothing there. She's only level 6 and he's almost level 8 on Pango now.
I again want to say I really got to see what Sillen's going to do off the back of this good start, because your Drow Ranger is lower net worth than the Queen of Pain, with Yopaj having 3 deaths, so and WS is firmly cemented on top of the net worth as well.
Yeah, they're going to have to create a lot of space for sure. Bottom lane, we see a little bit of disengage here as the 2 supports from Boom come in. So a bit of weight on the shoulders of the Pango to shield the Drow Ranger and make some stuff happen across the map. But he won't be alone. He has the Razor as well with him to try and do that. Not that Razor is having a good game either necessarily here, but I imagine the 4 of them are just going to run around and create action while Drow starts, you know, enjoying some of these stacks in jungle later on.
Look at the levels from Boom supports actually off the back of, I mean, Baboka's got 4 assists and ET's 1-0-1, but the kill on Xilla, and actually speaking to him with the haste rune's going to rotate top. He'll miss on the swashbuckle, but it's not going to matter. This Rolling Thunder has got multiple places to be able to bounce back off the walls, and this is a much needed kill to be able to just get Krish into a decent position and to continue to slow down this Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, that's good. Now we finally get some time to push out the lane and then gonna head into jungle here. The Drow is gonna find a little bit of farm. Look at Queen though.
Oh, they're hunting. Swash up in a couple
Blink on cooldown.
Should be enough burst before the blink dagger. Baboka holds him down. Hex as well, but it's actually Polison that snipes him. And now they've got the swashbuckle damage for the kill onto the Lion. Myth Avenue Gaming, this early game is looking scary.
I mean, this Pango Xilern is just outplaying them so hard, and right now he's just too far ahead. The levels, plus the fact that he has the full Orb of Corrosion, one single swashbuckle is like 500 damage at this point to heroes when you don't have much armor. So he's melting them, and he's even gonna enjoy some of the stack here with Wave of Terror, gonna farm up the big camp, and that will push him all the way towards his diffusal. He's going to have the full thing with this.
All right. Some valuable experience as well going to Polison along with Ponlo. So I was speaking about the levels onto Boom supports. Well, it looks like Myth have also rivaled that at the moment. So we're going to have some pretty early 6s out of the supports on either side.
Yeah, big timings as well to get that, getting the swap and the Bedlam and the Terrorize, of course, but also looking towards that first Finger of Death rotation. He's hovering around top on Lion together with the Elder Titan. Not going to commit for a tower, though. I think they're a little bit worried about the Pango coming in and just punishing them again.
Yopaj, does he try and go for you? Alright. Oh, with the pump fake of the blink, he forced Polison to pick up the DD, which could have been devastating with that diffuser blade just completed for Sillen.
Yeah, good thing.
Tower will go down.
Good thing to stop him at least from getting it. Yeah, like you said, they get the top tower. I'm really looking towards WS here and what impact he's going to have towards the side lane on his Dawnbreaker, because he's the one having a really fantastic game on the side of Radiant. He is opting to go for the Blade Mill Rush here, which is good against the Razor, since he has a lot of damage he can't control. They're hunting him on his toes.
Meanwhile, Baboka might start on Krish and use Solar Guardian. Okay, nice sidestep, and yeah, back over towards WS. Can Sillen get him? It's actually the Brambles from Polison that cancels the TP. Oh, a little bit of a misclick from Sillen. Tries to go through the portal.
He can't reach him.
Oh, that's so awkward. Oh my god. That is so awkward.
He's fine. He just jumps down bottom. A little bit of healing for the Morphling there. And yeah, Dawnbreaker not too worried. Mid lane though.
Yeah, Yopaj has to commit with the Sonic Wave to be able to get the kill, but it puts him on the board for the first time this game.
Yeah, getting something at least is going to be important here for Queen, but she might be in trouble.
Yep, she's dead, dude. No mana. They're going to get the Bedlin over to Sillen, so yeah, you get the kill, but Sonic Wave expended and excellent. I mean, we sang the praise of it was the Yopaj show. We could not stop saying that guy's name, and now it's Sillen repeating it as the mid laner in this final game of the series.
Yeah, we're gonna have to, you know, keep saying it in every way we can. Is it Exilern? Is it Sillern? I don't know how to read his name, but I'm gonna say it a lot of times because this game is just a mid-game or a mid-player show, just like last game. He is absolutely dominating here. He's been part of every single kill so far. Bottom, Razor might be overplaying a little bit here as the smoke comes around. Finger of Death available.
So you think it truly is going to be? Oh yeah, Burst Splitter used as well. All right, never mind. Bye-bye. All ultimates used. They're going to be able to get a big kill as well. Again, there's a lot of talk around this mid lane, and well-deserved. Sillen's going to be able to take a juicy stack of the Ancients, but it's really the carries that we need to continue to highlight as well. Natsumi has gone uncontested. Yasha completed third in net worth. His counterpart on the Drow, you know, Krish has got this Midas as well, so looking for that catch-up steroid.
Yeah, Drow is going to try and sit back and recover. The big difference here is that Natsumi is still holding on to his bottom tower. He hasn't lost that, so he can enjoy the space. And this is just what we saw last game as well from Boom. They didn't lose their tier 1 towers, and because of that, they were able to pressure the map in a much more active way. Whereas now, Myth, they have to make a play bottom. They have to open up this tower for sure.
Looks like they're going to try that as well. So let's see what Boom want to do in response to this, though. Yopage's Sonic Wave is back up.
Looks like they want to fight for it. They're coming in.
Solid Guidance still at the ready too, with the Blade Mail as well. Could be really difficult for Myth to handle inside some of these early fights.
Yeah, especially if you go in a little bit too aggressively, you might just get punished. But Boka is just sitting around top here. Gonna go onto the Drow.
See if there's any TPs coming through. There are, but they're just far too late to keep him alive. They'll be able to cancel WS. A nice attempt TPing out under the T2 tower, but it's not going to matter as both supports on Myth are going to be able to find a return kill that Blade in the end.
Yeah, didn't really have Starbreaker ready there. Otherwise, if he could get some lifesteal back with Luminosity, he could maybe have lived. But they trade 1 for 1. Still a good trade for Boom, though, as you take down the enemy carry. And that's going to just further the gap between the Morphling and the Drow. And the farther ahead the Morphling is, the more worried you have to be if you're a Myth fan right now.
Yeah, you'd say kind of the bigger thing about the Morphling Drow matchup is maybe the capability for Morph to come online just a little bit earlier. I feel like Drow vs Morph in particular is like 3-4 items and when you really feel the strength.
Yeah, I mean, generally, unless you just start taking all the tier 1 towers early, some games when you play Drow, you get Dragonlance, Power Treads, and the enemy just can't defend as all their tier 1s crumble. But that's not how this game is playing out. So then I think she has to farm her way back. She has to build a lot of items here. This is definitely going to be a game where she needs her Force Staff as well. So she got that queued up, next item here.
Another thing is, like, let's really see how much this marksmanship is going to be able to do as the game goes on. We'll hold that because Myth are looking for a smoke on a Natsumi. This is going to be a very difficult kill, especially with the potential for Boom to TP down to respond. They'll drop a ward on the backline. They will scout it out, though. They've already got a Reserve Sentry combo set up, so they are well aware that Myth have rotated all the way around. So they've done Natsumi, not even going to hesitate. And instantly Boom go for their own play as well, trying to run in aggressively into Dai's jungle.
Both teams hunting for the carry right now. And good dodge by Natsumi going away, but Drow shows herself mid. That might be enough information for them to try and dive, but Bench is sitting around as well. She's going to be the target.
Conlo will run into them. Oh, the Earthsplitter might catch Krish. I said maybe the slow might help them continue to chase. Sillen's going to be in with a return kill. I'm faking the Rolling Thunder as well.
Drow not going to get the silence there onto the Queen of Pain. Could have been dangerous for him if he stuck around just a little bit too long.
Dude, I think it's crazy that Yopaj is as high as he is in that net worth right now with 5 deaths.
Yeah, I mean, he's immediately come back all the time and just gone back to farming. The TP with Dawn ulti bottom, kind of missing the skills, but they are going to cancel a stun. The TP.
That was a vicious TP from Miracle.
He did what he could, but ultimately no way to survive there. Quite a bit of resources expended though, as a few heroes went bottom. Oh, the silence mid
lane. Sans is out, but the chain control is going to be perfect. Would not expect the invis early on from Chris, picked up thanks to the rune, and that is a much needed kill for the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, that is huge. She actually gets to involve herself in a kill there. Gonna help her a little bit and accelerate her to get more net worth. And of course, talking about that gap between her and Morph, but now she's gonna be the one overtaking the Morph on the back of that kill.
We do see though, like, kills going either way, but in the past minute or so, Xnova got 2 D wards, so the entire map is completely dark at the moment for Dire. In fact, they do just place a fresh ward mid lane. So obviously having the read right now that a lot of the fights are going to be breaking out around this area, but really we're seeing the praises of Xnova in the previous game, the vision to be able to enable Yopaj, and we're seeing him doing on the other end as well with dewarding.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job as well, and he's actually got some item progression for himself as well on the ET in this game. He almost has the full 4-staff ready here. Only needs 200 more gold, and then he's going to be able to break some of those initiations or get away from the Razor or get people to safety. So, going to be a useful item for him to go for here. Some people playing ET just go straight into that right-click build, but looks like he's more for that control style.
Like to see them put a little bit more priority on Baboka's farm as well. He's 1600 gold in the bank right now. Looks like he is setting up for a potential kill into Miracle.
Oh, that's a good wraparound.
Solar Guardian's still on cooldown, but Yopaj, he's close enough to be able to connect. And no mana for the Sonic Wave, but WS is here as well. They're going to zap him down. Orca's up to 3 charges, and well, there you go. The help of that kill is going to get him a little bit closer towards the blink.
He's done a really good job just finding these core kills on Baboka. He also got the Drow kill top set up with the Dawnbreaker earlier on the tier 2. So he's just, you know, very proactive with his movements here, running around and anticipating where the cores are going to end up running.
I love the status of this game though. It's looking mighty even. 10 to 11 kill count, only 1,000 net worth lead for Myth in it. You know, we saw the previous game was very favorable for Boom. Game 1 took a little bit for Myth to be able to break that one open, but it looks like we are in for an incredible close of this final series.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, both teams are off to a good start here where it's hard to see anyone who's going to necessarily have an advantage going into this. Top, they're going to try for the Morph. It's an ambitious one. They blink in. Don't think they're going to get him.
It's one that's not happening, especially with the Manta on Natsumi. Splitter should be a little bit too late. And with the threat of the Echo Stomp as well. So if they're going to be out, Rolling Thunder now on cooldown.
Oh, that's something, and they also know that they TP'd out from the area, so conceding control of the top. And now Pondo has to be careful, walking close here, if he gets Shadow Struck.
Ooh. Yeah, they got him. All right, another kill for Yopaj, who again, very surprised with the position he is in regards to the net worth. 5 deaths, but he's got a lot of gold to work with.
He's catching up, dude. He's doing a great job on Queen, just, you know, not tilting from the start here. Yopaj showing some good mental fortitude with how he's, you know, working his way back into this game. Gonna get a tower lasted as well, so that pushes him even closer towards his BKB here. And yeah, but this doesn't look like a Queen who got absolutely dumpstered in lane. She actually has recovered pretty damn well here. If we look at levels as well, she is like 2 levels behind the Pango still, I guess, or 1.5. So, you know, the difference could definitely be bigger with his early 5 deaths.
I think it's going to be interesting to see Myth on how their scaling goes as this game goes later and later. Actually, I'll hold that because Baboka with the blink looking to reveal. They've got a really good deep observe ward. Ponloom, though,
yeah, this
might be in a position.
This smoke move, they really want to get some big takedown here, but Vench is sitting around. Oh, they see a chance to wrap around on her now. Vench a little bit too far. But Drow, she can sense it, man. She's smelling it. You can see him like, nah, this is not right. Something's wrong here.
Get Miracle. 2k health they have to go through. Yopaj gonna start a little bit messy. Gets closer towards the tier 2 tower. They'll still be able to blow him up, but Myth can respond.
Good.
Silent's not the first to TP though, which is the big issue. So the rest of Boom will be able to reposition.
Yeah, it's a good stomp as well there, just using the ET to kind of clear your way to back out there. They get the kill, they get out, and I really like the way they're playing for pickoffs, not mid.
Right, no follow-up though.
That's a bit ambitious there. They don't really have big spells available. They do have the Queen ulti.
Okay.
I think you're just losing that guy.
Yeah, you just cut your losses. You expended Rolling Thunder as well. They might even get Ponlo too as WS jumps over to the top of the high ground.
Okay, make it a 1-for-1.
Disengage.
Always something. They managed to get the Queen ulti out there as well. But all this time, you know, there's a lot of farming going on around the map. And I want to talk a little bit about Dark Willow working towards that scaling again. We don't see Razor being all that huge, but on the other hand, the Dark Willow got that Midas building towards Aghanim Scepter. And Razor going for a sneaky Roche, or not Roche, but Tormentor. Roche would be nice if you could take this way too, but with the minus armor, you can see minus 34, 36, 37 armor on the Tormentor. Means that you don't really take any damage. So easy.
To continue with the Dark Willow as well, we've got to keep in mind, like, the marksmanship could be a very interesting tool to amplify our attack speed as the game goes on, and even the Razor, which I wonder why is, maybe it's a partly reason why Miracle is wanting to go back, like Falcon Blade BKB, because even if he doesn't get too much value with the static link from the Morphling, like, he still could be a bit of a threat because of this marksmanship as the game goes on.
Yeah, they do have the classic sort of aura combination, having the Venge in your team for base damage increase and then the Agi increase as well, and having the, you know, triple Agi heroes in their team. So some good stuff to play towards, and I don't think that they're weak late game at all necessarily here. On the other hand, though, I think they're doing a good job on Boom to stay active all the way. Going for a smoke again. Dark Willow is unknowingly farming the area.
And they're going to jump him. Quick and easy kill. And we'll see if this is going to be Roche as well. The Desolator just about to be delivered now for WS. So with the extra help of the minus armor, with Natsumi ready to go as well, looks like this will probably go uncontested.
They also just TP'd out the Razor, so unlikely that they're going to be in time to contest this. They are beelining down there and TPing in the Pango, so they want to try and contest. Maybe they're in time, but it's going on pretty fast. Down to 3,000 HP already. I don't think you're in time. They waited a little bit to smoke up there, and that little bit of hesitation, or not hesitation, but time, too much of a hiccup.
And they'll know as well. They saw the plasma field on the Crete wave. Let's see if Boom wants to hunt them.
Yeah, still know that they are smoked and they don't have smoke themselves. So instead playing towards high ground, playing towards tree lines here. You see Yopash trying to reveal smokes together with X-Nova. They do have a fantastic timing here with all their BKB, or with their double BKB though. The BKB on Dawnbreaker, BKB on Queen. They want to be the ones to take a fight.
Where do we feel like the Scepter build fits into the Queen of Pain? Because lately I've been seeing a lot of Cops just avoid that item.
I still think it's very strong. I'm a little bit surprised that he went for the, or that he's queuing up the Kaya and Sanj here before Aghanims. I think Aghanims would be good now as the next item, but Kaya and Sanj is understandable as well. Getting some status resistance, more HP, and of course the spell amp is really nice. So maybe he'll buy it after Kaya Sanj.
Morphling? Alright, Solar Guardian's way too late to respond to the first life. And Radiant are nowhere to be seen as well. They were making their own play on the opposite side of the map. Miracle uses a super late BKB to respond to the Blade Mail. They should be able to get the kill onto WS, and they're going to be able to chase down the Morphling as well, as Krish with all the marksmanship procs will blow up Natsumi. It's now going to be up to Yopash to be able to turn the tides. They've got the Thinker as well, so Krish gets assassinated. But now Paulson here for the +1 to continue to chase down X-Nova. A force up to the high ground. Silen's going to guess incorrectly.
Oh, the
now
blink.
we'll continue the chase, but it looks like it's a little bit too late. So in the end, though, a really good fight for Myth Avenue.
Yeah, fantastic stuff right there. Getting the catch, Morphling just farming a little bit too dangerous of an area, and he had Manta style. I feel like this is what your illusions are for. Send your illusions to farm that area. Go to jungle or go play closer to your team. Definitely a mistake coming out from Natsumi, getting caught in a little bit of unfavorable position. I mean, every single player on Boom tried to get there as soon as possible, but they were just not able to really, you know, salvage the situation that happened there.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Miracle's going Hex next item. Okay, so Not looking to scale with the right click. Happy with what he's got currently. Wonder if it's going to be like a Hex Blink, because...
Yeah, Hex Refresher could be the next Refresher Blink. I think both of those are great. Completely agree with the Blink Dagger being nice for getting in on backline, but also the value from Refresher Racer. It defined an entire meta in the past, right?
Yes, very, very true. So, see, DD is going to be the handsome myth by the looks of it, with the Tormentor going the way of Boom. So no one here is really to contest that. Shard was given over to X Nova.
It's a nice shard to get. Get yourself a little bit lower cooldown on that stomp and the ability to move around. I'm not sure he's gonna use it too much, because it's, you know, better for stomping and initiating usually than stomping and getting away, since you're usually using your spear to stomp on the enemy. And he doesn't have a right click build, so it will more be about the CDR. But 9-second cooldown on a 4.4 second sleep, that's pretty damn powerful.
Yeah, next fight around this mid lane, and Boom have some incredible vision set up. Look at this observer board, scouting out pretty much all of the positioning on Myth at the moment.
Yeah, but it's also concerning to take a fight. Even though you have the Skadi on morphing, he does not have his own BKB yet. So I don't see the initiative here from Boom to go in and take this fight. Looks like they're trying to go behind instead, maybe play towards top. But Myth also seem to be aware of this.
Do you feel like there's a side that's currently a little bit more favored with the status quo that we have in this third game?
I think Dire, honestly, with the scaling that they're going for, with the itemization as well, like going for control items. Oh, hold that thought, Vench. A little bit too far, completely on their own here. Pondo just going for some deep wards, you know.
Oh no.
Got immediately dewarded, and they dewarded his life as well. That's unlucky.
Yeah, like you said, that's another D-ward, man. There's isn't a lot of vision across the map, and this tier 2 tower is going to end up going down for free as well. Natsumi's like, nope, no one's going to come contest me. I may as well get a tier 2.
Yeah, Baboka has been sitting behind him, just protecting in case someone wants to come and fight it, but doesn't look like they're really eager to go up to the top area. Instead, we see Myth just try and farm, and really this Willow is just non-stop jungling with the Aghanims and Midas here, trying to scale to become, you know, some right-clicker. And that's, I guess, the concerning part for me about Myth. Right now, it doesn't look like they're making as many active moves as I see from Boom. And going towards late game, you still need to make like initiatives. You need to find ways to take more towers. Opening up that tier 2 tower, for instance, is going to give a lot of control here to Boom.
Can you use the Bedlam on creeps, or is it just hero targeted?
I think just heroes. I'm not spamming Willow, so I don't know for sure, but I think it's only heroes. I think it works on illusions though.
Dire's middle tower.
I was watching Paulson kind of play right from the creep. I was going to say, because Dark Willow has never really had the power to be able to shove like Ghost Push. That this term's kind of been introduced, and if you were able to do that with the Bedlam, that'd be pretty dumb.
Yeah, it would be very, very strong. I haven't seen anyone do that, at least. I feel like, you know, people would have taken the chance if it did work, but maybe,
yeah.
You know, it's always a lot of fun when they change mechanics around, and you got to find out the new ways to abuse and use things.
Very true. Looks like Boom starting to group up as well for potential smoke. You got WS playing on the other side of the map, but of course, always that Solar Guardian potential for him to join. They might be running into Myth's domain, though. A Cliff Ward's currently...
Oh, Krish!
He's on the low ground. Not the position you want your revenge, but a great timing out of the swap nonetheless. Krish going to be able to get out of the AoE with a Solar Guardian, but he's completely separated as Boom lock onto their target. Now, Sillin as well is rolling Thunder. Will be to no avail, as once again, Boom will capitalize off the back of their smoke.
That was so sad timing for him to die. He was 10 gold away from BKB on Drow. He saw the mid-range creep, and he couldn't. The Dark Urge, man. He just walked up and had to go for the range creep, and they punish him for it. So, gonna lose him. Top Sillern has to be careful. Has to roll up.
Another one. Paulson nearby.
Oh.
Sonic Wave on Yopaj.
Yeah, a little bit awkward. I think they did see that one as well, so they know at least that the Queen ulti is on cooldown. Maybe they can make a move when they respawn here. Drow really needs to finish up the BKB though, and then they have a great timing to go and fight again.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, sorry. Go.
I was going to say we're looking at that, and we're going to be looking at Roche pretty shortly, right?
Yeah, I think Roche is, gonna may spawn in 40 seconds, and playing towards that is gonna be crucial. That's also where Boom have given themselves a bit of an advantage, though. As, they start working on taking down towers, they will have an easier time just playing towards objectives. Now, it is gonna spawn bottom Roche if he spawns early. With 4 minutes until he moves top, so if he spawns late, you won't have that much time to take him.
Smith will be first to get some potential vision set up in the area. Definitely, they're also going to need to be thinking about a gem pretty early on as well, considering X-Nova's already had his for quite some time. And they are not leaving this high ground. Only got a glimpse of Baboko, so they're well aware that they're setting up even scans as well, just to confirm.
I like the build on Queen, actually. Going back for the Shivas here makes a lot of sense. You need armor. There's so much physical damage coming in from Myth. See a smoke here on Myth, trying to control bottom area still.
Over Crafty Ward. Open a spot to pop and get some information. They're going to run the swap. Dies Observer. They love the gem.
The reset.
Is going to be able to find the swap back as well. So X-Nova should go down to start the fight. Let's see who they want to be able to turn their attention to afterwards. A little bit of control onto Yopaj. Has got an opportunity to get the blink away, but importantly, the snatch and grab. Mission accomplished. Gem is acquired.
Not seeing the Dawnbreaker ulti there immediately is a little bit surprising to me. I thought he would try and jump in and salvage the gem or try and fight around the ET as he got swapped back. But it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade with the gem being stolen over onto the Razor now. So they get the chance to deward a little bit.
You mentioned the Shivas on Yopaj. We even take a look at the Assault being worked on from WS. I mean, these are going to be two huge items to help mitigate pretty much all of the physical damage that's coming out from Myth.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be smart itemization for sure going into this game. And looks like Morphling is going for the Aghanim Scepter. I'm hyped, dude. This is going to be the first game I see in a pro game where Morph uses the new Aghanims, where you can cast spells with the illusion. That's, different from the old one, which basically was just purchased to counter Universal heroes and Agi heroes. So we'll see how his micro is going to be on Natsumi, if he can make some big plays. Roshan spawning in 10 seconds here bottom as Myth are smoking in, controlling.
Coming through.
Oh, Baboka.
Straight through the portal and instantly into the grave as well. Roche is up.
Oh my god, it spawned right after. They just lost the vision. You hate to see it.
And now they're going to be able to scout it first.
Oh, surely they just sit in the area and control it again, right? You go in and take a little peek, yeah. Go have a look.
Oh no, he didn't send the Spirit in. So they don't know as well, but Paulson... Okay, now they'll see.
Okay, the regrouping is happening here from Boom. 20 seconds for the respawn. They definitely don't want to give the Roche for free, but they have the Elder Titan. He's so good at stopping this.
Sillin playing aggressively, actually swashbuckling onto Natsumi. Sillin, that's crazy. He's got the Aeon Disc to potentially assemble. It's going to be required pretty surely. He's down to health. There's the Aeon. Gets some separation, but the Terrorize, it's a little bit too late. But the BKB is going to be able to protect Boom for the moment. They're going straight to the backline, and look at them cut away the members. The damage is too much. Krish will stand strong on top of his Glacier. They've got the turnaround as well with the marksmanship raining down. Krish, he'll be able to get a kill, but it's just not enough in the end as Boom, they'll come out on top. What an incredibly clean fight from them.
Wow, that was absurd. So many things going on there. There was a nice attempt to save the Pango as he went really low. I think Pango overplayed his cards a little bit. Yeah, you have Aeon Disc, but going this deep, I feel like he lost all his HP for nothing, really. Like, he did set up the fight and did bait everyone to initiate on him, but I want to see that fight again, man. There were so many things going on. Ultimately, the attempted save was not enough as their position completely crumbled. The Dawnbreaker jumping in, the Queen of Pain, these BKBs just diving in. It's too hard for Drop to stand. Oh, he'll get the replay.
I mean, that could have been a huge terrorize. Onto two, potentially. Yopaj and WS both react with the BKB. We just see instantly them go for the backline. They blew up the Dark Willow.
Yeah, it was, I mean, even the Elder Titan, look at him. He's just punching down the Racer on his own. He just simply just ran at him. He got every single hero hit with the Astro Spirit and Astro Assault. The Razor could not stand his ground. Vanguard won't save you against an Elder Titan with that much damage amplification or damage increase. They're gonna go for their Tormentor now on the side of Myth. Gonna get that with Razor again. Which one is it gonna be? Alright, coming in for the Dark Willow again here.
Ooh, 2 Midas charges, please use it.
Passive Midas in current patch? That's illegal.
Come on, run straight to the creeps.
200 seconds of not using it. And
Oh my god, where's he going?
if he goes mid, he gets hexed.
Jump the Pango instead, dude. Alright, Aeon Disc is at least back up. Could this be decent for Dio? So close to the base. Is it going to be a swap play? Hondo's looking for the opportunity. Zillian's hunting though. Be cautious.
Chasing a bit here, but not really gonna get more out of it. We see that Aeon Disc though coming into play, and definitely not a bad item choice, I would say, for Zillian, but not also what you want to have happen, just not getting a punish out of that. Ponlon couldn't really get the range for a swap on anyone. And we see Boom now on the back of Rolling Thunder being expanded. Looks like they might think about catching someone top here. The ward just died. The Dire ward just timed out, so they don't see Lion.
Oh, Zillian? Oh, what? These aggressive jumps outside the base! What is going on? Ponlo as well is probably going to go down as well. They are just giving 3 kills over. And now it's a beacon for Natsumi, just away from the high ground and target down crit.
Zillian doesn't have buyback.
Connects. They're just forcing the issue. These fights, when you break formation, will never favor Dio.
Oh my god, they lost 4 heroes so fast there. Trying to go on Queen now, but she still has Aegis. She's going in.
Jumped in? All right.
Well, he's got the BKB after Aegis. He's happy still. At least they take down the Aegis, but I mean, the Morphling and Dawnbreaker, they're just auto-attacking here. Deso, AC, Barracks has no armor, just falls. 45 seconds. I don't even think they should back here. I think they go mid as well.
Oh, Paulson.
Gotta respect the Dark Willow here. He has the Mask of Madness. I think he's sending over some attack speed too, maybe? He doesn't have more. Spent his money on the buyback before.
So they're going to siege incredibly fast with the help of the Deso from WS. Do have to go through the back door at the moment.
They are respecting the swap. They don't want to get swapped in too deep here. Can tell their positioning.
Like swapping a Bramble, instant gust as well, could be devastating.
Yeah. They're respawning and they have everything available on Myth, so we might see Boom just safely back out here, and they secured such a big lead there, 20,000 gold lead. I have to go back to Zillian again, though. I mean, he's played really, really good in the early game. We've been singing his praises, but same as the Roche fight, jumping in there, blinking out of your base, I feel like he gave the opponents a bit too easy of a start to the fight.
Oh no, they know that Eldest, the Astral Spirit from X-Nova.
Yeah,
it just went straight through the smoke on Myth Avenue.
Yeah, it triggered them. You can see how many he hit even. As he gets 320 bonus damage, he's like, yep, that's not 1 or 2 heroes, that was everyone. ET, X-Nova, definitely knows his way around this hero as well, and how to get the most value.
Yeah, my man is not a bronze tier ET.
Nah,
he is...
He's got some experience in pro games on it as well.
Yeah, we've no doubt about it. One of the better position 5s to play this hero. The China region as a whole as well.
Yeah. And now we see Dawnbreaker's level 25, dude. She has Starbreaker talent. I didn't realize he's that high level. I mean, of course, we have the Queen level 25 as well with the Blink CDR, but the 6-second CDR on the Q, putting it at a 5-second cooldown, she is a devastating force in the next fight.
Is that new or changed? I don't remember being 6-second cooldown.
Yeah, she had something else before, like it was damage increase or something. The crit, I can't remember what it was there exactly, but
it was something else.
They did change it, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just look back at the patch note 7.34. It wasn't something there. It must have been 7.33 or something like that. But
yeah,
no, that doesn't look familiar.
No, it's very strong. I mean, the fact that she gets debuff immunity on a 5-second cooldown now as well, on top of the fact that she has a BKB built as well, she is very ready for the next fight.
It was 2 Starbreaker charges. That's what it was.
Right, that's what it was. Yeah, I mean, CDR is way stronger because even if you have 2 charges, you can start out the fight with two swings. But then what? Then you just run out of gas. But now she can just keep going.
Another big item with the refresher picked up as well for Yopaj. So
oh yeah,
ridiculous amount of burst potential from him inside the fight. Man, hang on a second. I think he was 0-5. He was at least 1-5. Well, he's 11-5-9. He has not died for a vast majority of this game, 30 minutes plus. This is a ridiculous comeback performance from Yopaj off the back of a horrific lane. You could not ask for much worse in a elimination game. You hope to potentially continue in the low bracket, being 1-5 as your mid laner.
That's a really good point, actually. It's a crazy, crazy recovery because he's on a beyond godlike streak now, and he worked hard to get back here, man. That early game was devastating. There's something to be said, though. Those early deaths, while he did lose lane really hard, early deaths don't mean as much as mid and late game deaths as well, right? So the 5 deaths to his name are not nearly as impactful. Oh, the courier.
That is a impactful courier snipe.
Was that the full Daedalus?
Yes, that's the full Daedalus. I mean, it's got the Crystalus, but that was all the other...
Yeah, that is rough. That is very rough for him for sure. 3 minutes now. And fortunately, I guess for him, they're waiting for Roshan right now on the side of Boom. So he might still get it before the push comes in. I don't think that they're going to give a high ground push before they finish up themselves an Aegis on this Morphling as well. Speaking of levels, Morphling hit that level 25 and has the waveform cooldown talent as well. Minus 40%.
I didn't even see who used the Morph on to the last time.
Yeah, I tried to watch in the replay. I think he used it just to reposition himself quickly in the fight. I'll have to keep a closer eye to if he gets some nice micro out here. I think the nice target could be maybe to just make a Venge, because you get the Venge stun, you know, double stun. Who knows? Not sure what his priority is going to be.
Or even just stealing some of the damage as well could be nice with your own Wave of Terror too. I guess reducing some of the damage, I should say. So
yeah, for sure. Could be big. He's working on a Satanic as well on the Morphling, so adding up more layers of protection. But let's look at this game from the perspective of Myth, though. They're going for a smoke.
The Astral again scouted it.
Oh, boy. Yeah, and we can see they're moving together. Xnova is just on top of his game here.
And this is not just, you know, the Astral plays somehow also reading the smokes, but dude, his de-warding and warding this game, it's just, it's on another level.
Yeah, it's really impressive stuff. He's definitely wanting to go to TI here, you know. This man has been to TI before. He's an experienced player and he wants to get back there, show his performance on the big stage again.
It's a second place TI player. Yeah, that experience without a doubt, it's vital to this Boom roster.
Yeah, having someone, you know, who knows how to be in charge. Oh, what? His courier got killed by Roche. He walked. You know what happened? He walked out, pulled Roche out, and then he walked back into Roche pit. And as Roche was outside of his own home, and he walked into Roche's home, Roche lost vision of the ET and saw the courier and decided, well, I guess I'm punching that instead. So very, very funny little niche mechanic that just happened there. You can see Xnova just stand still in confusion as well for a second.
Like, what's going on, dude? Why is Roche taking down my courier?
Okay.
It's undeserved. I mean, yeah, maybe they kill him a couple more times. It starts to be deserving. I mean, that Roche was the third, and means Yopaj got an Aghanim's blessing. So we were speaking about this earlier on, and, you know, potentially why he hasn't gone for it. Well, he gets it now off the back of Roche. He's got Cheese in his inventory, Aegis as well. Will be given over to Natsumi's Morphling.
Yeah, this is fantastic timing for them, and he has that Refresher as well. Refresher with Shard on Queen means if the enemy ever stack up, he can double quick Shadow Strike and release all that Scream of Pain damage. He even has the Scream of Pain damage talent. The smoke around it going in. He has a ward. X-Nova gets the vision down for his team.
Nice reaction, but Boca, that's a pretty deep jump inside the base as well. They really want to get rid of Excellent to start the fight, and they're going to be rewarded.
Natsubi died once.
They've got some buybacks. That is the vital thing for Myth Avenue. You're going to come out on top of the team fight. You need to use these buybacks perfectly. As Christian's going to get spot further back inside the base, but the bashes as well. Yopaj is starting to get drained down of his health. Ooh. Just gets the blink away at the last second, and somehow, boom, they'll lose no one, and they forced out 2 huge buybacks.
Yeah, they did expend the Aegis there, and they also used the cheese crucially there for the Queen of Pain, because we saw the damage output coming out from the Drow. She was clicking hard, and that's where you can be kind of deceived. You know, you feel like you're really tanky on Morphling with your 49 armor. Drow, she can click right through that. And he also used BKB before Aegis. That's why we saw him respawn and just Manta immediate waveform out. He's like, I'm not having any part of it. They did force buybacks though, so that's again gonna be a painful thing for Xilern, as he won't be able to rely on that for the next fight here. Especially when you have a Travels hero like Pango here. Buyback on Travels is usually super powerful, so costly thing to lose.
Oh, alright. Thought Polisson was going to die to the Tormentor. Oh, they're not even going to get it. Okay.
Well, they're scared. They don't know anything about where the positioning is of Boom, so he could have taken the Tormentor there, but easy for us to say with the bird's eye view. We see everything. Meanwhile, on the side of Boom, they're just kind of grouping up, you know, not really making a super aggressive move yet. This Ninja Gear is big, by the way, on Baboka. Lion having Ninja Gear. He's got that Blink 4 staff and the Aeon Disc as well. I think that was a crucial part to their initiation. Lion blinked in, catches someone, and then he just gets out safely. They can't just punish him. Tough position now for Myth here, as they're kind of stuck in base, can't really get out on the map, and at the same time, Boom, very comfortable. You have the Dawnbreaker, she can just be farming anywhere. Has the ulti to join her team. The rest can just walk around as a group of 4 and keep building on this advantage.
How many more items they need? Because they're getting to the stage we're almost 6th slot. I mean, these nullifiers, that big one of the Dawn's going to be huge, but you know, X-Nova wants a Scepter, why not?
I mean, at this point, man, I'm not going to fault them. I'm usually saying, you know, end the game when you can, but even if they're 42,000 gold ahead, we're pretty late into the game, 47 minutes. So yeah, it's a huge lead, but this is also a best-of-1 knockout for regional qualifiers, you know, lower brackets. You do not want to mess this one up by going too early when you could easily just play controlled.
Ooh.
Oh, he tried to blink 4-staff the Razor. You see that? He blinked 4-staff, but it was a little bit too late. Oh. So he 4-staffed the Razor to safety. Yeah.
The fact that this is still 10% probability for Myth is crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, they do have some things going for them still. Like the Drow versus Morphling is a good matchup. The carry-to-carry matchup, it's a big part, I would say, why. Because Morphling is not unkillable in this game. The fact is, though, that this Dawnbreaker might just as well be an extra carry. She's level 28, she's absolutely huge. Highest level in the game, almost 29, by the way. Like, she's getting ridiculous. I think you should get Aghanim's too. Just get that miss chance as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, it's not going to be that important against Drow, who has the marksmanship, but it's still pretty damn good to have the miss chance will still do something.
Even for the Willow, who at this stage is like, it's pretty much everyone you were looking at to pump in damage. Like, if she goes uncontested, you know, you're working on a Daedalus now for Polisson. So if he's able to find this, like, all of a sudden, you know, you've got 2 heroes on the backline that need to be addressed. And that is like the most important thing. If you get pickoffs instantly to start the fight on Boom, like, that is the perfect engagement for you. But if Myth can kite the initiation and somehow reposition, then your fights do start to look a little bit scary.
I mean, it's all about the Pango and the Venge, right? The 2 heroes that they know do not have buyback. Bottom, Baboka a little bit far out. He sees them take Tormentor.
And he's going to jump in off the back of this. It's not the fight. It's too close of an area. You're not going to be able to kite. So yeah, they're just going to cut their losses. And Polisson, who at least is one of the heroes that didn't have to buy back prior. But you will definitely force this out now if you're Boom.
Oh yeah, they're going to start poking here. And it's tough, man. If you swap with Venge aggressively, she does have the Ninja Gear. So she could go for an aggressive swap. But she doesn't have Aghanims and she doesn't have buyback. So it's her own life that she's gonna lose them.
Oh, Baboka. There's the start onto Miracle, and there's the follow-up as well. It's just so much. They'll try and Rolling Thunder to create some chaos. There's some heroes deep inside the territory of Myth. WS is getting drained of all his damage.
It's getting pulled.
They finally get a potential kill into the Dawnbreaker. It's not going to be easy, but it looks like they will be able to finally pierce through the defenses.
Oh boy, man, that's 2 more buybacks used though again, and Vench still dead for 80 seconds, so it feels like they're just painfully, slowly, cut by 1,000 wounds ending this game. It's not swift at all. It is just, it's not even about Boom toying with their food or something, but they are not giving any chances here. Good attempt by Myth there, but again, great jump by Baboka, leading the way in such a great way. I think he even got the disable onto the Vench when he jumped in, so Vench couldn't go for a save swap onto, was it the Razor that they jumped first? That was just very clean here from Boom, man. And of course, they don't even need to use their own buyback. We can see the Dawn is just gonna get to respawn safely. There's no way you can make a move as Myth right now, stuck in base.
Refresher is a bit of an interesting purchase. I heavily agreed. I thought Scepter was going to be the way to go, but...
I mean, it's not bad at all, getting the double BKB and double ulti, but yeah, I would probably have expected him to go for the consume, but this is gonna allow him to refresh, blink again, and go on a new target. Say that he goes on one target immediately, he can hop over to the next one. Oh, Razor doing one auto attack on his own tier 3 there. Razor, I see you.
Oh, maybe they're close to night him.
I mean,
Not gonna do it.
it's 2 HP, I think.
Alright, so Christian's got a rapier queued up. His Corey might die. Dude, his Corey's gonna die to the creep!
Oh no!
Oh my freaking
Be
god.
careful.
That timing of the shield was way... Okay.
It did lock it, so...
Yeah, okay. I didn't see that. That was very scary, though.
That's good. It's good disciplined play. I always get mad when I see someone buy Rapier on Courier and deliver it by not locking it. I get a heart attack, dude. Like, just lock it. You have no reason to not do it. And he's going to keep it locked for now in his inventory.
Look at Baboka hunting for the Razor code too. That's Refresher as well now for Miracle. So there are some items that get picked up, but you are 49,000 gold behind.
50k now even according to in-game. They're so far behind. And I mean, Dawn working on that level 30 as well. This is... Also, Tormentor giving Lion his shard finally, so he has magic immunity, or debuff immunity. Sorry, magic immunity doesn't exist. It's not a real thing. I mean, this is so tough to watch for Myth here, but they do have a big timing. Refresher on Razor, Rapier on Drow. If the next fight go their way, maybe that could be a start to a comeback here, but it is such a long journey ahead if they're gonna claw their way back into this.
If there is a fight, like you're going to take outside the base, it's going to be down bottom right now. You've got to observer set up all this top ward you just took. The only way you are fighting outside the base is if you have a ward currently set up. And we do have Roche in 14. It will spawn bottom. It'll be there for a little bit of time. Maybe you try and force the issue if you get the lanes in an okay position.
Yeah, if they can, but again, we're gonna see ET just smack in this mid lane, make sure that it's pushing top is already coming in. I don't know, man. Roche is up now, gets scouted by WS. He's just gonna start working on that, and I don't see Myth having the opportunity to make a move towards it. Do they have a smoke ready? They don't have one, I think. Yeah, they don't have one on the supports ready right now, and I think it's on cooldown for them. So Roche is gonna go down, Roche number whatever, and Aghanim Scepter now available. They can take down the Dawnbreaker, I guess, or... I mean, ET's buying his own. I guess Lion could get it too. It's gonna be Dawn. She gets the Solar Guardian upgrade, so she has the moving part as well, which can be pretty nice. Extended duration and making it move.
Yeah, of course the evasion too, so we'll see. Like you said, not too important for the Drow, but for Polison, who has a crit stick and almost Hurricane Pike, it's going to be very important.
Even for Drow, it's not that bad, right? Because she only has 50% marksmanship, and if she doesn't trigger that, then the evasion is still going to block 60% of those remaining attacks.
It's a nice neutral item, though. I mean, Paulson having the telescope, you'll take any extra cast range you can get. Importantly, attack range, I should say, but cast range as well, potentially for Ponlo, who's got a psychic headband too. So we're going to have to be keeping our eyes on these potential swap backs inside the base, because Myth Avenue, it is potentially this final fight.
Queen is ready to hex. She can go first. Baboka also ready to jump here. Anyone who shows they did see the ward get dropped, they're pinging it. Their sentry ward saw the Hobbs and sentry combination, so they know exactly what's going on right now. Myth are like, nope, that's a death trap. And boom, not gonna find anyone that easily.
Rapier will be assembled.
Oh my god, dude.
She's ready to go.
She's locked and loaded. She got the buyback as well, but obviously you don't want to lose the Rapier in the first place.
And those buybacks are back up as well for the Venge and the Pango. It's still Razor and Dark Willow down for 2 minutes, plus they don't nearly have enough gold as well.
Yeah. I mean, this is so brutal. Again, we see Xnova looking for an angle to place a deep ward. He's gonna put this one, which gives a little bit of high ground vision as well. This is a sneaky ward. Always gotta be wary about that one.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Comes the siege.
Yeah, Natsumi hitting.
Oh, Scylla and Baboka's in. Hex to start. Look at the damage. Ponlo quick on the fingers to keep the Drow alive, but it might not matter. They lost to Willow and die back. They needed every single hero they could get. I mean,
Scylla
trying to do whatever he can to get rid of Baboka.
Nullifier.
Gets with the Aeon Disc.
Oh boy.
And that Nullifier will make sure it's impossible to play with. And now they're also going to catch up to Miracle. Refresher activated, but the BKB will do nothing. WS slashing and dicing his way to victory. As now Baboka once again, his side of the fight, and he's going to end it. It's an ultra kill for WS. Give him the rampage. The new player deserves it.
Nope.
They won't give him that opportunity, but the G's are caught and boom. In convincing fashion. It's going to take them 57 minutes, but they will knock out Myth Avenue Gaming, and their hopes of making an incredible lower bracket run are still alive.
Man, fantastic game to end on here. They did play it slow, they did play it stable, and they ended up at the very end 82,000 net worth advantage. One of the biggest ones that I've seen, definitely the biggest one I've seen in the qualifiers now. But yeah, deserved win. After the performance that they showed us here, what a tenacity, statement from Yopaj as well in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Like, his early game was disaster, and he ends up with the most kills in the game, working his way back into it very hard. Of course, with a lot of help from his team, though. And I'm impressed with the way Boom took team fights in game 2 and 3 here.
Yeah, just very, very clean, and potentially seeing some of the experience come through as well from Baboka and Xnova, maybe helping out with a lot of the shot calling inside some of the early game. But again, I mean, Yopaj 1-5, he ends the game 15-5. I cannot believe he's able to do something like that when really this Queen of Pain here, like we said, you are so volatile, man. If you have a bad start to the game, there are so many games you can see where you are just an absolute bot for the majority of the game. And the fact that it was not even not even just okay, like he just completely took over.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I want to say that the way that he played on Elder Titan as well was very crucial for the success to the game here. I want to give a big shout out to Xnova for all those smokes that he revealed with this Ancestral Spirit, for the D-wards and the wards that he set up. I think that he also had some crucial impact in this game. But yeah, this series, man, it was a blast to watch this one. And Boom, they're going to be the ones to advance. But Myth, they definitely fought hard here. Unfortunate for them that they go out. They, play their hearts out. But not going to be enough for them.
It's been a difficult year for the boys on Myth. Haven't been able to get too much of a foothold. Been playing through multiple rosters as well in Division 2, and Ponlo as well joining them over from of course Alliance. He struggled there, and I mean we saw Paulison as well was on Invictus Gaming for a little bit too, and he had a stint in China. So fortunate for these boys, of course their season's going to be cut short, but Boom, they're going to be very happy with the performance they've had. And I mean MVP. Is a WS?
I would say WS probably. I mean, it's Yeah, probably WS, dude. It's tough. Between X-Nova and WS, I would give it to Jopash if he didn't get demolished in mid lane. Like, it was a cool comeback story, but the fact that he did get crushed gave an avenue, whereas WS, he just played clean, man. Like, there was not much to fault about the way that he played at any point in this game. I think he was by far the most, the highest level, and he joined in for so many of the fights as well. I don't know. This man looked like a monster here, and the laning stage as well. They won the lane really hard. They found a kill early on. I don't know. I think WS looked really comfortable here in the final game.
Yeah, and we saw that, and this is something that we've been mentioning as well. Like, WS on his Dawnbreaker is something we've seen him have a lot of success on in some different teams. So they had a lot of priority. You know, they banned out the silencer in the first phase, instant Dawnbreaker pick as well, and you will see what he was able to do on it. So boom, they're going to be able to take our final series of the night. We'll take a look at the results and how everything is shaping up off the back of the second day of the qualifiers. Of course, we kicked off with Neon knocking out Made in Philippines. You know, the boys on Geek Fam clean 2-0 and Army Geniuses clean 2-0 as well. So UDV and Vision along with Myth Avenue Gaming. 4 teams now. And we also had a 5th, of course, on the first day, being Spawn Team are eliminated from the hunt of TI-12.
Yeah. I mean, this is exciting stuff going into the bracket here. That means that they're going to advance on the side of Boom. Also in the upper bracket, we see, Execration, Team SMG, Blacklist Rivalry, and Bleed. We see how things are shaping out as they're all fighting for just one single spot.
One single spot. They are some incredibly exciting series tomorrow as well. I mean, we saw what was able to happen in the lower bracket. We're going to get 2 upper bracket games tomorrow and then 2 more lower bracket series as well. So we have more teams to cut down to a smaller digit, and there's the schedule as well. We will in fact be starting with all those upper bracket games. So Execration SMG, Blacklist versus Bleed, and then down to the lower bracket, Neon versus Geek Fam, and then to finish it off, Army Geniuses versus Boom.
Yeah, exciting matches coming up ahead, and I honestly just can't wait, man. If more games are going to be like the series we just had here, then I think we're in for a real treat, because this was a series that I don't think anyone should miss. Like, the teams are fighting for everything they can here, and I'm happy to see what Boom pulled out. They dropped down from upper bracket to lower, but now we saw them kind of find their form.
Yeah, we have, and it's good to see the fact that they've just been able to stabilize and potentially fix some of the issues that we saw. That's just with Bleed as well. So we'll see. Army Geniuses is a very, very, very team. Again, I was thinking this could be an underdog team here in the qualifiers to potentially take some really important series of some of those top teams and make a deep run as well. So that is going to be a difficult opponent for the boys on Boom, and unfortunately one of those teams will have to go home as well. But it's another day where we are done for the qualifiers. Day 2 is now over. Still, there is a lot more to play for and a lot more days to play for. We've got 3 days to continue with the action to be able to cut away the numbers and find out who will be that only team, only one slot here in Southeast Asia. Who is it going to be? Because there are a lot of favorites at the moment. Do we get any upsets, or will it just be what a lot of people are expecting? But of course, all those questions will have to be answered in the following couple of days. We're going to be done for tonight, but of course, we will be starting at the exact same time tomorrow for some more Southeast Asian TI-12 regional qualifiers. We'll see you guys all tomorrow.